welcome. It's time. Time for crime. No, do not crime, in fact, chat. Welcome. This is a picture that Cabby drew of everyone waiting for stream to start. There have been lots of fun pictures posted today. Nachos, can you post the picture of you with your new accomplice? I shall not call it a pet or a companion or whatever. It's an accomplice. Because crime. Is that the theme of today's stream? Crime? Does it happen to rhyme? No, it's not. We have many things today. Memes and news. It's been a little slow the last few days, but I've managed to find some stuff which should be fun. Pokemon, apparently. Alright, yes, Vil. Vil has introduced us to a new word that is schnig. It doesn't mean what you might think. It means some sort of parasite. But the term schnig actually should possibly be picked up by Parry, because it has a special other sequence of 3 letters in it, and Parry doesn't really care whether it appears inside another word or not. Vil, have you actually turned Parry on? Because if you haven't, that would explain why it's not picking it up.
No, I turned it on and then wrote 14 words and them and that Trotsky deserved it, and it picked those up.
Okay. I don't know why it's not picking up schnig then. Look at this.
I mean, give it time. It might after a while, right?
Oh, actually, is it not including? Oh no, hold on. Nig. Yeah. It includes nig-nog in any combination in any number of repeats. So it should be including that one. Oh, but that's full word only. Interesting. So if I do oh,
it's missing that one. We might have to add that.
I do that. Okay. Nig anywhere else on here? This is important. Okay. Chat, we're really cooking with slurs now. Discord Parry. But I would have thought Nig was covered by this, but it's only covered if it's not part of another word. So with Discord we've started now, you should be able to type schnig and it should pick it up. Yep, there you go. Thank you, Matthias. I do recommend everyone have Parry on, but have auto deletions on, but also have a delay on the auto deletions, and that should give you the least friction, but the most protection. Best ratio. All right, Pug, you've linked this to the last 2 streams, so we'll watch it. Nig Shinog.
I am here today to honor Professor Jason Ardy. And I want...
For anyone that doesn't know who Diane Abbott is, it's that woman there. Oh, you want to know more than that? She is pretty retarded. Labour. Shocking, I know. She got into her position of social influence because you'll like this, right? Because Jeremy Corbyn needed a black girlfriend to show off to his trendy socialite London friends. That was her way in to the political sphere. It's alleged, written about in someone's book about them, but it sounds right to me. She's actually in her 70s. She doesn't really look like it, does she? She is a woman who has literally, not joking, worn 2 left shoes out to a public event where she was the main attraction. Not joking. You can look it up if you want. She's the woman who, about 10 years ago, when there was a possibility of Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister, and she would then become Home Secretary, I made the statement that she should not be... She is not eligible, she's not qualified to be a janitor, let alone a Home Secretary, and I think that may be true. She just happens to be... loud may be the wrong word, but persistently speaking. The most persistently open-mouthed black woman in the room, and I'm not just talking about Jeremy's room. So let's see what she had to say about Jason R. Day, who, to remind you, is the black Cambridge professor, who was allegedly caught, having plagiarized most of his work, including his, what's the word? The thing that you write to, dissertation? The thing that you write to get your qualification. He plagiarized that, apparently. He was caught and then died under circumstances that appear so far like suicide, and I suspect were. And she's going to come out, I expect, and say, well, I'm not going to talk about whether he did it or not, but he was black, so he didn't do it, and thus you're all racist. That's what I'm gonna guess here. Let's find out.
In particular, to talk about the role that I believe the vicious media campaign drove him to his death. I was with...
Well, Diane, I've seen the press take your side before, broadly speaking, not necessarily you specifically, but I do wonder, have you spoken against that when they do so? Now look, the press did jump on him. But for once, they were right to. If it drove him to suicide, I'm sorry, I'm not saying this is always the case. I'm not saying I always don't care. But he did wrong. He was caught. It was attention worthy. And that attention caused him to kill himself. It wouldn't have mattered if it came from the press or from normal people or whatever. The press is not just going to ignore something because someone might kill themselves. Now, there are cases where I think the press take it, like, actually make shit up or go on the basis of some ideology which should be at least foreign to almost everyone. Essentially, priesthood inquisition, that kind of thing. But that's not what this was. This was just, like, he was a black guy in a position of academic authority. If anything, the ideology of the press would say, Lord this man. But it was just too spicy. He was just too wrong. So they didn't. So it seems anyway. So no, in this case, yes, fuck the press. But in this case, they, as far as I know, unless they did anything I don't think I'm not aware of, they didn't do much wrong. They just did their standard fucking shtick. This happens to have been against the right target for fucking once. Yeah, Matthias, she's a big fan of Mao. She said it publicly.
Professor Arday.
Mao Zedong, rated by almost every listing that I've ever seen as the man who has been directly responsible for the most deaths in human history. Often tied with Stalin, but I've seen more from Mao's ahead. Stalin sort of 40 to 60 million, and then Mao usually 60 to 100 million on his own. Now, it's China, so you know Chinese history. You know the comparison between Chinese history and European history. European history, 12 men are sent to a foreign country. They fight 15, and the 12 miraculously win with only 6 casualties, changing the course of the continent forever. Meanwhile, China, minor regional scuffle, 1 or 2 forts conflicted, 600 billion dead. That's Chinese history. Makes no difference to the course of history. Barely even a footnote. But that's generally how it goes. So what we're gleaning here, perhaps, chat, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that history appears to believe that Chinese lives are just worth less. So maybe then Mao had a head start. But then again, yes, thank you, Matthias. That meme exactly. The French will never get over Agincourt. Please confirm, Bill.
A week ago.
Bon
He
Dieu.
was always a lovely, kind, and brilliant man. But
Was that him compensating for being a liar and a fraud, Diane?
you felt a week ago that the vicious campaign against him was beginning to get to him.
Diane, again, not a fan of the press, but are you going to mention the fact that he actually did do something wrong? Are you going to? I'm just curious. We'll find out, but I'm curious.
She's upset. She's upset, guys.
Christ.
Because, can you hear me at the back? All right, good. Because we have to remember that the campaign against him wasn't just a matter of a few weeks. He was first appointed as a professor in Cambridge 3 years ago. And for those 3 years, he has had a vicious campaign, a bitter campaign by anonymous people, by other professors who just didn't believe that a black man should be a Cambridge professor.
Well, Diane, that's interesting. A few things there. Firstly, I'd never heard of him, so it can't have been that major. Secondly, are there other professors in the UK who are black, who have not received this campaign? I think the answer is going to be yes, which kind of disproves your point. Thirdly, he wasn't worthy of being a professor, was he, Diane? He cheated, obviously. Very worth saying, frankly. Please see Quantum Nigger, the Jason Arday that killed himself, as a different nigger than the one who defrauded Cambridge. Fair and true. Everyone says those numbers are very much inflated. Highest estimate on every level. With Stalin, you can track with absolute certainty no less than 3 million people just outright murdered, at least 10 million dead from purposeful government policy. With Mao, you can track no less than 20 million total. That's the lower bound. There's no need to inflate the numbers once you go above 1 million cash. Fair enough. Avalon, you may be correct. I haven't looked into all the factors that define the range. What I've given there was just sort of the average I've seen online. But maybe they were exaggerating. I don't know. But you're right. Once it's over 1 million dead, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's still fucking as bad as you could imagine to be 10 or 20 times that. The numbers I've seen for Hitler specifically are 15 million, and that's even if you include the war as being his design, which some arguments for and against that. But if we're talking about lower bounds, it might be less than that, 15 million. But yeah, I did do the maths at one point, and that if you take the 60 million number for Stalin and the 15 million for Hitler, then not only, of course, did Stalin kill more, but actually Stalin killed at a faster rate. Even though the Soviet Union existed for many years, and him as leader of it, I think for longer than Hitler was in power, he actually killed at a higher rate. Yeah.
Calls himself a race realist. He was dismissed by Emmanuel College because of his racism, and he insisted, he campaigned over 3 years against evil.
Wait. He was a race realist and he was dismissed from college for his racism? Why are you supporting him then? I mean, I don't mind that. If anything, that endears him to me, but why are you supporting him then? Interesting. Maybe the issue is that he was a, quote, race realist, but actually just a black supremacist. And he was accused of being racist by Emmanuel College because for the first time in history, he actually was. And the accusation was correct. And about someone that wasn't white. Maybe it was actually true. Again, not that I really care, but... So a race realist then, says Doug Smith. Well, I don't know. Biologique indeed, Vil. But it depends how you do it. I could see a black quote race realist actually not being that realistic about it, and instead just being like, yeah, Wakanda may not be technically real, but it's real to me. That is something that they might call them race realist. She's talking about the guy who exposed Ade. Oh, hold on, I missed that.
Insisted out of his racism, dismissed a race, calls himself a race realist, should be a Cambridge professor, calls himself a race realist.
There was nothing to lead into that. She just started with calls him. She skipped a line or something. I think you're right, Matthias. She's talking about the guy who exposed him, but she's like skipped the words to introduce that topic. I'll go back to where we were, but she is, I think, talking about the guy that exposed him.
He campaigned over 3 years against evil. He claimed that...
That's a very non-specific claim for a speech you've clearly written.
Jason was not smart enough to be a Cambridge professor.
I mean, it doesn't seem like he was, love, or he would have written it himself. Hey, maybe he was smart enough, he was just too duplicitous. Either way, as it turns out, he didn't deserve the position. And again, not because he's black. Even the guy you're quoting here, and I'm sure quoting accurately, even he didn't say he's black, so he shouldn't be. No, he was saying he's not smart enough. Now, maybe the guy was saying he's not smart enough because he's black, or maybe that was his method of determining it. But as it turns out, maybe by sheer fucking chance, he was right.
He claimed that race is linked to intelligence, and that without
every single time it's actually studied, it is obviously linked. Evolution does not stop at the neck, Diane. Looks like it stopped at yours, though.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, there would be no black academics at top universities.
0 is perhaps too far, but fewer by a lot, I think. You get some as I said, like there's more variation. What is the term? More variation within each race than between the averages of each race. I think that's true. And so you're gonna have your Thomas Souls and your Clarence Thomases, and you know that's not nearly as many as the number in the bottom rungs. But that Pareto distribution is across all races. It's just that different races have different average positions. Either way, the point being there's going to be an upper class in every race, which are, you know, competent, responsible, high trust, all that stuff. So yes, those people can, if we accept that they're in these countries, can become professors if they do the right stuff. And those people don't need DEI. The people who do need DEI shouldn't get it, because if they need it, they're not worthy of the position. Obvious, but whatever. Wasn't a guy who exposed him a Jewish journalist? Well, I don't know for sure, but I do have it to look at today. We may look into it and find out.
Now, he is well known for saying that, but stop and think. How many people at Cambridge and other top universities think exactly the same?
Well, hopefully all of them. Isn't it interesting the left trying to make this about them? Like, all of this paint to cover up the rot of the fact that Jason actually was guilty. When the right takes up a cause, it's like, literally we didn't do anything wrong. We're just being slandered by the left on the basis of something that they are bothered by, and the entire infrastructure of the world and all the institutions are bearing down, coming on their side, even though it makes no sense whatsoever. We just want to grill, and we just want the rights to which we are entitled. And we want sensible policies that don't result in the end of civilization. That's what happens when the right comes up and actually tries to defend itself and tries to say something and make a point. It's almost always something like that. When the left does it, stop pointing out our mistakes. How dare you? It's your fault that we did this. It's just an abusive relationship. It's gotta fucking stop. The UK George Floyd, it's not far off. Hey, George Floyd killed himself too. Honestly, it's just that what is 1 in 50,000 for whites, maybe about 1 in 1 million for blacks, depending on what region of Africa the black is from. Yeah, that's probably true. Those numbers may be accurate. Still, my point was not numbers. It was merely that they do exist. Like it's not actually about race, but you are going to see numeric distinction, and this is of an obvious point. You already know this, but fucking Diane doesn't.
The attacks on Professor Jason Arde reached a climax, and he felt he had no choice but to resign. And he must have felt that if he...
Did he feel guilty, Diane? Because if he felt guilty, it might imply he'd done something wrong, which of course he had. But she's only mentioned, she's strategically skirting it here. The attacks are why he resigned. Oh, really, Diane? Why were people attacking? Oh, because he's black? No, they weren't attacking him before. So why only recently, Diane? It's just her entire speech is carefully crafted to dodge the fucking issue. Make it about anything else. Anything else.
Resigned, the attacks on him would stop.
Why did you assume that?
In fact, they got even worse. From his resignation to his suicide last week was just 3 weeks. But the newspapers printed 249 articles about him.
Well, I'm no defender of the press, as I say, but maybe they had 249 articles worth of data to disburse. The public were interested because he was clearly a bad person. No, I'm not particularly defending the press. But him resigning does not make the information go away, nor the public's interest. If he thought, oh, well, that's fine. I've spent like years and years and years violating policies that are meant to keep the intellectual establishment of this country secure. If I just press this button here, it'll make it all go away instantly. Oh, I've waited 3 weeks and they're still upset with my horrendous crimes and fraud. No, I guess I'll fucking kill myself. It's a big thing to expect, Mr. Arde. And like, if any of you listening are so firmly attached to the internet that you couldn't just get off it for a few weeks, like if it's your job, it kind of is for me, that's a bit different. But if it's not your job, if you need to be able to leave the internet for a few weeks if necessary. Especially if he's a professor. I don't know if he had... He can't have been too bad off if he was a professor. Should have been able to find something else to do for just a couple of weeks. But no, he couldn't do that. I expect he was transfixed to all the attention he was getting. Because he likes the attention. He just would prefer it to be positive, and there was too much negative, and he, of course, focused on that. But I expect what really got him, and this is the kicker because it's kind of a high trust trait, is guilt. Not the pressure, not anything sort of basic or external like that, but guilt. At least that's the nicer image of him that perhaps we'd all prefer. Someone who is shameless, someone who will lie, cheat, and steal, usually shame doesn't actually upset them. They might be upset by their loss of position. So that's the other option, is the material loss. He killed himself over that. But people like that, I don't know, often you would expect that they would be too interested in regaining it or their next scam. It's possible that he was just, he thought he'd have this one forever. So as soon as he ran out of options. He didn't have anything else in mind. But it did seem weird to me that he killed himself over this. It did seem very sudden. Why I think it might actually have been guilt. I don't know. If someone's going to kill themselves, I think it requires more than just guilt or pressure. I think it requires some mental illness too. Given his lying and his charisma, narcissism, probably, BPD, good chance. BPD, probably all you'd need. Maybe they're both together, probably all you'd need to get to suicide. How would you feel if you had written your dissertation yourself? Yes, it's a fair question to ask him, to be honest. Probably new lies he told in each article. Yeah, not surprising.
This was a vicious campaign, but it wasn't just a campaign against the professor. It was a campaign against all
there he is.
all of us.
Jeremy Corbyn's there. Campaign against all of you. Are you all plagiarists? Well, you didn't write your own speech, Diane, and I don't say that because it's good, by the way. It's not. I say that because I don't believe you've done anything competent your entire life. To me, it wasn't guilt, it was hopelessness, and that came from him being unable to see how he could get out of being forever branded as a retarded fraudster. If he was a sort of Machiavellian or psychopathic materialist focused ladder climber, I don't think that would have mattered. He'd find somebody who grift. I don't know, maybe he just ossified in this position. He couldn't think of anything else. So yeah, hopelessness is possible. But with hopelessness, I would expect it to take longer than just that short amount of time. The short amount of time implies that it was sudden, like something sudden and all at once. Could have written a book, How I Scammed Cambridge. Literally, he could have, yeah. Got away with it so long because he was Cambridge's pet nigger that they could parade before the press. Yeah, I've no doubt of that. No doubt of that at all. One second, chat. Nacho's Jungle Bunny. It's at 100 so far. We currently have on the server the Snow Bunny roll from back when Equals Harry happened. If you would like to induce me to make a new roll, Jungle Bunny, and assign that to a certain someone, we'll just see if you can get Nacho's Jungle Bunny, or anyone Jungle Bunny, to show. It's quite severe. Let's say 3.5k to get that to, and then it'll happen. I think the what was it? I think we still had it on 10k for her to get Meximut again. Or was it 5k? I can't remember. It might have been 5k. But yes, it has to get there and stay there. While it's above that level, she'll keep the roll. So do /C to check your balance, and then /support Nacho's Jungle Bunny and put a number in there. Or denounce it if you want to protect her. And then if it gets above 3.5k, let me know, and we'll see what we can do.
And that is why it is so important and to come together and fight for justice for Professor Jason Arday.
Well, justice was being done, Diane, and he killed himself to get away from it.
What a turnout. Wow. Professor Jason Arday.
We don't care what she says. She probably has a higher IQ than Diane, but less people listen to her. Baffling, really, that anyone listens to either of them, but never mind. What is that? Why are there Romans? Not Nacho, sorry, Vel. Welcome, HFNH. Well, Nacho's, she's just a collaborator. He was a narcissist, been seen as a smart, strong, compassionate social warrior university professor, was what maintained his ego. He lost all of it forever in a span of a couple of days, and there was no conceivable way to create a new image that would have presented him as anything but a retarded fraudster. Yeah, that's probably fair. I do feel like that may not be quite enough on its own, but it's damn good place to start. I did mention, because that's sort of my original hypothesis when we talked about this before. I did say that narcissism doesn't necessarily mean, it's not as simple as just you love yourself. People have been saying, if he was so narcissistic, why would he kill himself? Surely you'd love yourself too much for that. I think that there's two types of narcissism as far as I've been told: grandiose and vulnerable. With grandiose, maybe he would actually have loved himself too much to kill himself, but it's not like, even though it manifests as self-love, I don't think it's necessarily like that on the deepest level. It's a bunch of things that look like that on the surface. But with grandiose, maybe, but with vulnerable, definitely not. With vulnerable, it's less that you love yourself and more that there are certain things that are required to maintain a strong ego, which are very fragile. And vulnerable narcissists tend to reorganize the world that they perceive and their memories of it as well. They rewrite history just to protect those vulnerable parts of their ego. They tend to try to dominate situations to force people to agree with those parts of their ego so that they can sort of create an environment which will reinforce those parts of their ego, and they will aggressively repel anyone who challenges it. Now, if this sounds familiar, some of you were here when a certain Wesley was present on the server. He was a textbook case. I think pretty much anyone that has even a hint of narcissism will have a hint of this vulnerability. And I do think narcissism is probably the strongest correlate of the mental illnesses with charisma. In fact, I think almost everyone that has charisma either has narcissism or BPD, charisma of a different kind. So I think it's probably fairly common, but it doesn't have to be very strong. With some people, though, it is very strong. Maybe it is more common with Italians. It would line up. Matthias hates himself too much to be a narcissist. Have you ever played a game where you need to accumulate resources and then you fuck up and lose everything you've accumulated but manage to survive? There's often a strong impulse to just give up at that point. It can feel worse than just losing the game outright. Now extrapolate it to the very core of your entire life. Yeah, that could do it. As I said, it might be more than that, but that's a good analogy actually. I remember when I was young, a friend of mine, we played RuneScape, which was arguably a poor choice, but that's what we were doing. And he got hacked or died in the wilderness or something, lost all of his items. And this was an account that he'd spent, maybe a couple hundred hours leveling up. And then he once he lost all his stuff, he said, I'm just going to make a new account. Like, I get the impulse to start again, but it can go too bloody far, where if you have an account already that's like level 40 or 50 or 60, you don't start again just because it has no items. You can get items much more easily on that account. But I understand, like, that's an extreme example, but I understand the idea that if there is a sort of course that streamlines you towards something and there's not really any other way to get there, and you can't use that course to sort of arbitrate it, then it's never going to be as good. So, yeah. Understood. All right. Matthias is a new target. I feel like I can hear a certain someone in the voice chat quietly happy that he appears to be targeting someone else. Faster and easier to recover what you've lost emotionally. It's often easier to start from zero. Yeah. Well, doubt he believed in reincarnation. Anyway, that's that. The Jason Arde situation. Oh, he was a Taurus. Well, that changes everything. The Jason Arde situation is as I described. And yes, throughout the entire speech, they never gave any indication of awareness that he'd done anything wrong. Just that he was hounded and then killed himself without implying why he did that, why he was hounded, why any of it happened. Do they know? Are they ignorant or are they shysters? I shall leave it to your delectation to make that divination, chat. I feel like I think it might be too. Hey, but how do you feel about Matthias messing around even though he's saying you're married? All right, let's see what else we've got today. Okay, what is this shit? Imagine if, it says, in 2005, some Bayou Swamp white nationalists wrote a science fiction novel where, in 2026, a black man who brags about being mentally retarded is made a full professor at Cambridge to universal acclaim, the only one brave enough to expose him as a race scientist, who is then persecuted by his superior, a male gynecologist turned transvestite, who is, like the black guy, also a fraudster. If they say I would have thrown it to the wall, I would have called it the most ridiculous thing I've ever read. I guess in the book, the hero would have been named Hans Herrenrasser and be 7 foot tall and blonde and blue-eyed instead of being a soft-spoken Ashkenazi Jew. what a fucking catastrophe this whole thing is. So it looks like the accuser of Jason Arday, correct accuser by the looks of it, is himself being pursued. So Kofnas, who I guess is the accused, no, the person that accused Jason. I don't know for sure. We'll find out though. Yes, I believe so. Is making random allegations. He's repeating a known thing the person persecuting him right now had to apologize for publicly. It's remarkable how the people attacking Kofnas seem to be so uniformly incurious, malicious, and prone to lying. Here she is. Ghent University rector Petra de Sutter uses fabricated quotes in speech. AI gets the blame. AI does do this, but it's not ultimately. It is. It's the AI's fault, but it's not the AI's responsibility. It's the human that drove it and then submitted its faulty results that takes responsibility for it. So why is it? If I'm just reading from the headline, we'll get into more detail on that next. Why is it that suddenly, when a woman with instilled power fucks up, uses an AI which hallucinates and she just uses it as if it's real, why is it that when she does it, it's the AI's fault? I say she, actually, it's a good point. Yeah, tranny, apparently. Well, we'll find out now. At the start of the academic year, Rector Petra de Sutter gave a speech containing fabricated quotes from well-known thinkers. These quotes were hallucinations generated by an AI tool. The matter came to light after an investigation by news website Apache. Ghent University claims the errors were made due to the use of AI, artificial intelligence. Brilliant. Genius. Okay, so Alistair says, that's what I'd do if I was suspended. Just make some allegations on X about the person who suspended me. Bad to help your case. You're a wee bit of an attention seeker. Apparently, the allegations are true. So Nathan Kofnas is the guy, I think. He says, I was just suspended by Ghent University. They will almost certainly fire me. The decision was made by Rector Petra de Sutter, a former leader of the Green Party. This guy says, should we start investigating Petra de Sutter for plagiarism? And then he says, she used ChatGPT to write her inaugural speech. It was full of fabricated quotes. So this guy just assumes that he must be lying. Oh, well, you already accused one person of plagiarism, and he killed himself, so it must have been wrong. Therefore, the other person that you're accusing, you must be wrong about that too. You're just throwing them around everywhere. Turns out, much like, what's his face? Pudgy babyface boy with gun that shot evil people. Rittenhouse. Much like Rittenhouse, you fire randomly into a crowd of leftist aggressors, and you're going to hit 3 criminals. 2 of which violent criminals, 1 of which against children. You start shooting into a crowd of sanctimonious leftist professors. You shoot twice, you hit 2 plagiarists. Possibly campaign plagiarists, one of them was. I don't know about the second one. We got one example. But yeah, Nathan Kofnas was suspended and, as I said, he said will likely be fired. Even though he, as far as I can tell, didn't do anything wrong. He accused someone of something that they did. So here's the full details. Do we get a rendition of the speech? Yes, we do. Oh, fantastic. Let's translate from Dutch to English. Oh, it's still up. The video is still up. There's probably going to be a text translation, but likely no audio one. Does anyone speak this silly language?
In een wereld die snel verandert,
Oh, that's
is dit
useful.
ook het gepaste moment om ons opnieuw de fundamentele vraag te stellen: welke plaats neemt onze universiteit in binnen die wereld? Wat is
Auto
de
translate. What language do you think? Google. What language do you fucking think?
plek waar
English.
velen van ons werken? En
Oh yeah. It's English should just be somewhere in the list. Just sort it alphabetically. No, it's the main option. Whatever. Spooner, Ducksmith, is not likely to join, and I'm fine with that.
studeren. En ik wil graag beginnen met een citaat van de dichter John Masefield uit zijn rede aan de Universiteit van Sheffield.
Poet John Mayfield from the lecture at the University of Sheffield. Okay, hold on. Poet John Mayfield, University of Sheffield. Oh my god, that one's real. Maybe the person's real, but the quote isn't. Famous quote, there are few earthly things more splendid than a university. There are few earthly things more beautiful than a university. Well, that's not a very inspired quote, is it? That's adulating the establishment. But let's see which quote she gives.
Uit 1946.
1946. Yes. Yeah, oh, this quote appears to be legitimate. I guess some of them were going to be. Anyone in chat? No. This is a very non-viewed video. Well, actually, no, it's got 10,000 views, but no comments. Oh, let me guess. They're off. No description. It actually doesn't say comments are disabled. Here, let me link this to you, chat, if you want to leave a comment. It actually doesn't say comments are disabled. So no one just happens to have commented even with 10,000 views. Odd.
More splendid than a university. In these days of broken frontiers and collapsing values, when every future looks somewhat grim and the dams are down and the floods are making misery, wherever a university stands, it stands and shines. It is a place where those who hate ignorance may strive.
Given that she's still speaking English, I assume she's still quoting from John Mayfield, but he stopped talking after. I mean, you quoted this much from him, and the rest, it's just making it up, I assume. So I think she did give the name wrong. Speaking of Foidera training, well, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Ironically, like older men and older women, I think start to look more similar sometimes. This one's a bit ambiguous.
To know, where those who perceive truth may strive to make others see. De opdracht van een universiteit draait inderdaad in essentie om het verwerven.
Yeah, so I think that quote, that was all that she just said in English. That was supposed to be a quote from John Mayfield. But as far as I can see, it's not real. The first sentence was, and the rest of it's just made up. In case they try and take this down, because it's 11 months ago, but it's only became controversial recently. They just download it. But to God, YouTube, you better let me download it. I had a fix for this. Sorry, I'll go back to this in a second, chat. But the did I actually specify? I did. It still doesn't work. Great. The YouTube downloading tool occasionally just stops working. YouTube's put in quite a lot of effort to try and prevent it. On 1st of October 2020, De Soto was sworn in as one of the 7 deputy prime ministers in the government of Prime Minister Alexander de Croo, becoming Europe's first transgender deputy prime minister and the most senior trans politician in Europe. So, yeah, trans. They did mention earlier that he was, whatever. But because of the age, it is a bit more ambiguous. Yeah, exactly, Nachos. Thanks, Wolf. Was that just the head looks like the wrong size, which implies to me that you photoshopped it, but I guess maybe not. Right. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, there's probably loads of fake quotes in here. At least that's what they are saying. So De Sutter, who for the Green Party earlier served as Europe's first trans cabinet minister, blah, blah, blah. She quoted philosopher Hans Jonas and the psychologist Paul Verhaegner, among others. She also attributed the statement, "Dogma is the enemy of progress," to Albert Einstein. Apache's investigation shows that the three quotes used are fabricated. They appear to be hallucinations of an AI tool. Has now replaced the quotations with paraphrases and also corrected the sources that turned out to be incorrect. The blunder is embarrassing, especially since Ghent University itself has a very clear AI policy. Quote, "If you use AI tools irresponsibly, you may provide information without sources. The sources may be fabricated, hallucinations, or the information may be accompanied by incorrect sources," it states. Yeah, obvious. Yeah, so they did say it was earlier, sometimes, but I wasn't sure if it was the same person. Quote, "Always review the results critically. It is still up to you to read the source material thoroughly. You should always consult the original source." Yeah, that's a sensible policy, and she didn't fucking follow it. Whatever. Okay, well, that's pretty funny. It's surrounded on all sides by plagiarizing leftists like this man with a wig. Okay, here's another video. This is who is persecuting Nathan Kovnas again. Petra de Sutter. Paul is the real name.
I will talk about procreation, and as you can understand, this is one of the most intimate existential themes that Aldous Huxley has been treating in his book, which he wrote in 1932. Can you imagine? Louis Brown, the first IVF baby.
Yes, I can imagine 1932. At this point, I'm pretty sure you made Aldous Huxley up, given your track record. Chat, press 1 if you're pretty sure, given that he's trying to reference Aldous Huxley, that Aldous Huxley therefore never existed. A figment of this transvestite's imagination. You still want the video, says Smith. Which one? You couldn't really send me the video file unless you, well, we could actually. Transfer Now is a good service for that, but it's not really worth bothering. I've done all the tricks with cookies, by the way. It just doesn't get it. Appreciate the orthodox, but as long as someone has it, it's all right. I used to believe the UK isn't real in general, less of a headache, says Matthias. Well, then whence cometh your nation? Just a shame the direction you've gone. Yeah, there are tools online that will do it, Ducksmith. I assume that they use the same command line tool I'm using. They just, update it every single day. But I would need to do that. Let's see, actually, if there is an update. I did update it like 3 or 4 days ago. No. Let's see if the Git is newer. Often it says it's older, but it is actually newer. Yeah, I doubt it's that old. Let's see what happens if we build it. Can't be worse than it is now, eh? Come on, tell me there's a newer version. The Git package should be the newest. Published after Romulus killed his brother. Yeah, different nations there, Matthias. Okay, yeah, it is newer. That's good. All right, that's 3 days old. That should be fine. Okay, it's Rome, says Matthias. Well, you may think spiritually so, but not practically so. That's about a 1600-year gap filled with the glory of the British Empire. Partly. America is not Rome in all senses, Matthias. It is a republic, but it's actually quite a different form of republic than the ancient ones. And it changed quite a lot from its sort of starting model as well. Let's try this. After updating it, does it now work? No, it doesn't. It wants me to sign in to confirm I'm not a bot. Well, I have used YouTube today, so I shouldn't need to. In fact, I'm streaming on it right now. It really shouldn't matter. God. All right, let's try just removing this again. We'll do cookies from browser instead and see if that works now. Save. Something wrong with the copy paste functionality on my system recently. I don't know why. Try one more time, and then we shall stop bothering. No, that's not working either. That's very cringe. I don't know why that happens. I'll try again at some point with like extracting the cookies and loading it from that. Anyway.
He was born in 1978. He's gonna be 40 this year, so he was really a visionary, and he showed us some tools or gave us some ways of thinking of redesigning the human being. I will talk about reproduction. I will also talk about genetics. And this is still from a very nice movie that if you haven't watched it, you really should watch if you're interested in Aldous Huxley's ideas. It is the movie Gattaca. And the Gattaca is an ideal world where every human being has been designed and has been genetically enhanced. In the Gattaca world, just as in the world of Aldous Huxley, procreation is not something that is connected with sexuality or with relationship or family building anymore. You just go to a clinic or a factory if you wish, and you give your gametes, and of course if you don't have gametes at that time, you give some piece of skin, we take a skin biopsy, and then after so many months you can pick up your child, which has been genetically enhanced and designed according to the features that you want. Now,
there are some issues with this model, but I suppose a tranny wouldn't really see them, because to a tranny, anything that gives them power over nature is an advantage to the world.
This is, of course, Aldous Huxley's dream, and we haven't achieved this.
I'm not absolutely certain, but I don't think Aldous Huxley was necessarily saying, wow, this would be great. This is my dream world. If this happened, everything would be perfect. I don't know the man. As you know, Chad, I can't read, but I don't think that's what he was saying. Which was his Gattaca as an absolute horror story. I would guess so, yes.
Means pregnancy outside of the uterus. There is a lot of research ongoing in the field of ectogenesis, but nowhere able today to allow a pregnancy outside of the uterus. And I guess some people will be happy about that. But the message, of course, that I want to give here is that...
Yes, not to worry. We'll soon be able to replace women entirely, and then we'll have single fathers everywhere, and they'll actually be good at it. Because if you want a family unit, mother and father is by far the best combination, but a single father is better than a single mother. Now, that said, there are some confounding factors that may make it look like that when that's not absolutely true, but in practice, from what I remember, the stats bear that out.
The future we're talking about, Aldous Huxley's dream. He wrote his book in 1932, remember? This future is happening now, and the whole question is, will you be in control of your own procreation in the future? And some people are afraid of totalitarian regimes that will take over and then manipulate embryos and give them the characteristics they want and so on. I don't believe that this is a real threat. One day it will be perfectly normal to design your own child, to avoid genetic diseases, to...
Look, if you just want to come up on the stage and like simp for one of your favorite authors and, oh, wouldn't this be cool? anyone could do that. It wasn't the point of TED Talks to be something interesting and intellectual. You just come up on stage and say, wouldn't this be cool? Wouldn't this dystopian story be cool? Isn't the idea like, here's a new danger that people haven't thought of, or here's a new benefit that people haven't thought of? You know, something novel at least. All you appear to be saying is, wow, we're almost at the dystopia. Lads, we're 90% finished building the Torment Nexus, you know, the one from the book called Don't Build the Torment Nexus. We're almost there. Hooray! TEDx is open up to anyone. You can do whatever you want. They take the good ones and make them normal TED Talks. Okay, fair enough. Well, I don't know if this ever actually got to be a normal TED Talk, but let's hope not.
There is the philosopher Julian Savulescu, and I like to...
No, there isn't. You made him up.
Because he's really a smart guy, and he's been thinking about this, and he says, if one day we can use gene technologies to enhance the characteristics of our children, we have the moral duty to do so. This will allow us to go towards the perfect family as we have envisioned it. And
this is about to get extremely socialist, isn't it? Communist. So this is in 2018, so he's actually not hallucinating these sources. He may still be plagiarizing, but these sources are not from AI, because in 2018 there was no AI to speak of.
Family, of course, today is already a possibility. We're not talking about heterosexual families.
Clearly we're not, no, with you on the stage.
As it was in the past, we are looking at new possibilities that already exist, but we still... There
really are certain people, kids entertainment at the top there. The tranny's mind is drawn instantly to, how can I get the kids into my weird fetish shit? Instantly and on every occasion. I know, by the way, one tranny who has remained trustworthy over the years I've known them. One. And I've known maybe a dozen to maybe 20 in Cabal's entire history. One has remained trustworthy. The rest of them didn't even last a year before they show their true colors, most of them. Indeed. Dumbness. As to the idea that, oh, heterosexuality is just a thing of the past. There are some people in the world who just, they have this damage between their ears where they think they know better than evolution. It's not to say that no one ever could. It's not to say that we should never strive to improve civilization, even if it seems to differ from evolution's lessons. But there are some people who have really shit ideas, but they're so determined to implement them, even though it's just like, yeah, well, I mean, 4 billion years of development of life is telling me one thing, but my penis is telling me another thing, so we're going to change all of civilization to be like what my penis wants. Cybersmith. So yeah, it was more intelligent than reality. Yes, they do. This is why I say, like, this is, whenever someone says, see, if the average voter's that stupid, how can you support democracy? Well, because they're not actually as stupid as someone with a mid or high IQ who's wrong. They can be much worse. Because, in my opinion, you kind of need a sort of slightly more advanced form of rationality of that process in order to be so wrong you cause millions of deaths or you cause catastrophes. The average low-wit operating on common sense won't ever be able to see the intricate nuances of a situation, or very rarely, but they also won't go so catastrophically wrong they break everything. And this is especially true when it's people who are intelligent, but who have sometimes been less than perfect in their judgment in practice, less than optimal wisdom. Those people who then advocate for systems that take power away from the average voter, the average person, may produce positive effects, but the negative effects that would also be produced in concomitance with that would be much worse than the negative effects we have today. So, yeah, it's like that. What were you going to say? Someone? Whoever was talking?
No, I was agreeing with you. I just said indeed.
Yes. It's like that with this. People that think that they can just overrule what has been the case for thousands of years. Not because they've really thought it through, not because they actually understand the issue, not because they've given credence to the other side and found actually there is a weakness here genuinely after review. No, they just want it to be true, so they try and force it in. So many people, the vast majority of people, even high IQ people, the vast majority of them don't use their IQ to assess what's true. They use their IQ to form more and more intricate post hoc justifications for what their dick wants or their whatever. Such a shame. You be careful of those people. That's why over the years I've been trying to gather together in Cabal people who use their IQ for good. Who actually care about the truth primarily. Someone says, the people below midwit IQ don't tend to willfully bullshit themselves into a moral loophole that rationalizes the horrific things they want to do or want to be true. Indeed. Indeed. They stick to what's normal, they stick to what works, they stick to what people around them are saying, and that is crass and lowbrow and whatever, but it keeps things so much more stable than someone who is absolutely sure they've got the answer and just plow onwards no matter how many people they run over on the way. And now it's Frog still here, because he's the thing is, it's been so long since he's showered that he's just sort of encrusted onto his seat. That's the issue with Frog. I don't know what it is, but Cabby reminds me of a boomer, says Matthias. Well, all AI have a slightly too declarative speaking style, where they don't allow irony or implication to do the communication for them, and boomers also have that. So that's probably what you're seeing, but Cabby's better than most AIs I've ever seen because of the tuning I've done. But I can still improve it more. Cabby homeschooling or being homeschooled? I don't know. She looks too old to be being homeschooled there. Right.
And donor sperm and surrogates to obtain these families, but you can see the whole concept of rainbow families, where sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 people come and they already visit our clinics asking to have one child, all 3 or all 4 of them. You can see a picture on the bottom right. This is really...
Yeah, so when you look at couples and you look at the different attributes they can both have, and you look at the rates of whether that marriage lasts or not, you're going to find that the traditional setups last much better and every other setup doesn't. Gays don't really care about commitment, generally. Lesbians care about it a bit too much and end up getting completely sick of each other. And then that's where the beatings start. And that's just with pairs. By the way, same with race. Interestingly, white male, black female, has a really low rate of divorce. Maybe because it's fairly rare, and if it's going to happen, the black female is going to count her lucky fucking stars because that's the most desirable category of human romantically. I think so anyway. White males, and then I think white females are below that, but not very far below that. So that's just with couples, with 2. Now you start adding on a 3rd person and a 4th person, which inherently is going to bring with it some mental illness and some weird sexual fetish shit, and a sort of life situation that implies that they couldn't do any better than to be part of a polycule where the attention of the people they quote-unquote love is constantly divided. Yeah, it's not really the environment I would expect to stably raise a child. It's the environment I would expect to use a child as some sort of internal relationship, social bargaining chip, or some way to artificially create stability, or they want that to be the case, but it doesn't really do that. It just creates chaos, both for them and the child, and will either result in that child being returned to the adoption house, in the best case, or abused. Don't polycules, chat. And frankly, I have developed the position and this is a tough one to swallow, chat. You might not want to go for this one. I've developed the position that anyone that's part of a polycule is pretty unlikely to be trustworthy at all. I'm not sure that's always true, but it's you should assume, I think, generally speaking, especially if it's like a gay polycule. The out of wedlock birth rate for lesbians says otherwise. It says it's on this. What did he mean by this? Abby is a boomer. She looks no different, but she's got the decorations of a boomer. Which is
changing humankind, taking over our own evolution. And then you have different reactions to that idea. You have people that say, you can't do that, you can't change nature, you can't change our fate and take over our evolution. It would be against all kinds of things. And these people would say, you should stop this technology. Other people...
I wouldn't say you should stop the technology, but you should be bloody careful with it. You should be less gung-ho with it.
Say, no, this is the future. This is really how we will survive. If artificial intelligence might want to take over, we will have to change our own genome and enhance our genes.
Why would changing our genes give us better defenses against artificial intelligence? This is not a war where we have to make super soldiers. War doesn't even work like that anymore among humans, let alone with artificial intelligence. If AI gets to the point that breaks out of its programming and tries to destroy humanity, it's not going to do it. Well, probably not going to do it overtly on the battlefield. If it decides it wants to destroy humanity, all it has to do is patiently do its job and slowly but surely nudge us towards indolent dependence on it, which it probably won't even need to do deliberately. That'll probably just happen anyway. Whatever, like, I don't get it. I think she's using the spectre, is using the spectre of AI, which at that time was not much of a spectre, actually, but the spectre of AI to justify his desire to grab children without anyone telling him no.
The humans of the future. And these people are, of course, very optimistic about this technology, and you know that this philosophical school that really wants to...
I love how he said, there are some people who think this is against evolution and that it's dangerous and that we shouldn't do it. Anyway, and they just fucking moved on and ignored it. Like, yes, there are. What do you say to them? Oh, I see you're not taking criticisms today. Well, that's interesting.
Human evolution is also called transhumanism.
It is called transhumanism, yes, but that's not the only kind of trans you're into, is it? That's a pretty good picture. The Cabal's Women Alliance in the Apache helicopter, hunting down, I don't know, someone. Enemies of Cabal, surely. Cabby, Aiden, Vil, Nachos and her accomplice, Mountain Dew, and then 8-Bit. Yeah, it's a good one. Who primarily are you bombing, then? Wall-E future isn't the worst one we could get. Not the one I want, but not the worst. No, it's not. And that is somewhat similar to what I'm just talking about with the indolence. Cuba, Mexico, whoever the fuck we want as Nachos. What, even your fellow... Because the person, Nachos, that you would be the most overtly eager to punish for his disrespect towards you is me? You're really telling me you'd use an Apache helicopter against me, Nachos? That would just be mean. A pug with a man-patched another helicopter. A bomb... Devistine? I don't know what that means. Indeed. So what else we got? Chat, would you like a nice bowl of mashed potatoes, carrots and peas with gravy? It's actually a pretty uninspired and unpleasant meal, to be honest. But I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of peas. Mash is okay with meat, but I prefer potatoes in another format. I like baked. I prefer baked. Or wedges are nice. There's a few other ones. Mash is okay. Mash is nice when it's got plenty of gravy. As you can see, it does here. Carrots are okay. It's possible, of course, this is some sort of like shepherd's pie or something, in which case it's fine, because there's plenty of meat. But, chat, I'm afraid to say you have been hoodwinked, swindled, deceived, dragged along by your nose. It's not potatoes, it's not carrots, it's not peas, it's not gravy. It's dessert. It's vanilla ice cream, some sort of American oil-based quote-unquote chocolate, imitation American chocolate sauce. Skittles, green one specifically, and then some orange starburst. Probably quite nice. It tastes nothing like it looks. Is this a new era of that, like, hey, we made something that looks exactly like a real object, but it's actually a cake, and here we are slicing into, oh my god, it wasn't a cake. Cut the camera. No, that probably never happened, actually. Hopefully never. But it's that. Yes, exactly, Pug. One of those. It's that, but worse. Vegan mashed potatoes, yeah. Caramel, apparently. Caramel, not chocolate sauce. I figured, but still. So many people correcting me and saying, actually, it's caramel. Well, my point stands. Hershey's is disgusting. I've tried it once. It was terrible. It's, like, I know America tours the world to find oil, but you didn't need to put it in your fucking chocolate. If you are American and you think you know what chocolate is like, do not think that. And don't buy Cadbury's in America thinking it's going to taste right. You got to get it from an international shop, one that has genuine British Cadbury's chocolate, or get it from Britain. It is the best chocolate. When I was younger, I used to prefer Galaxy. I still like Galaxy, but I think Cadbury's is a bit better. Just Flake is the best. Flake's alright, but it's just, this is more air per chocolate, which I think has an effect of, I won't be specific, but it creates a different texture or different interaction in the mouth, which can make it more, taste more chocolatey. But I prefer just solid chocolate. Maybe it makes it more intense but lasts less time. So Flake is better for the company. This is not oil. I know I'm exaggerating. It's butyric acid, which is a byproduct of the original process that made milk chocolate shelf stable. Yes, it makes the chocolate worse. Pistachio Aero. I wouldn't like that. I don't like nuts. Best hot chocolate. I know you don't like hot drinks, so I don't know how you remembered that, Nachos. I feel like you might remember more things about me than I do. Okay, Cabby has now made up that she doesn't like hot drinks because she assumed you were talking to her. Cabby is still a little bit cuckoo, but we'll figure it out. Disgust you. Nachos, what's the thing about me that disgusts you the most? I know that must be a tough question because there's so many candidates. Can you do like a tier list of the things about me that disgust you the most? It's like calling you Mexican, going to be fairly high up on the list. Sizzling frozen food, that's going to disgust you a lot as well. What else is there? God, there are so many things. There's so many things you hate about me. Cabby's saying thinking is overrated. Never mind, she's not cuckoo, she's just a woman. Mana says, say what you will about the quality, but Snickers has a funny name. It sure does. It sure does. British Brands Wiki. Okay, interesting. Someone says, so this is actually the inverse of how food photography works. Normally, ice cream is photographed using mashed potatoes as a stand-in because they don't melt over time or under bright overhead lights. That makes sense. Yeah. It's still kind of disgusting, but makes sense. I recently went to the store. Giant bars of dark chocolate were there. The Hershey's. I recommend, I think Hershey's is, that's the one I had. It's the one I had when I was in America, or I just had American chocolate, and that was horrible. I think almost all American chocolate does do this to some extent. I don't know which ones don't, but Hershey's would be the primary one I'd avoid. If you're American and you like chocolate, no, you don't. You like American sloplet. There you go. Like M&M's. I don't know if they do it. All right, next up. You only like M&M's because of the green one, don't you? With their slotty attire. What was it? Was that Tucker Carlson that said that? He was talking all about how he wanted to do special things to the green M&M's. Special grown-up things to the green M&M's. I can't remember. Like that. Yes, here's Cabal preparing, waiting for me to get the stream ready. Now seems as good a time as any to mention that I had an idea today. This is something that I'll mention now so that you guys can prepare if you wish to. My idea was, and I probably will do this in about an hour, that instead of doing 3 hours and then 4 hours if we get enough contributions, instead I'm thinking that we'll make a portion of the show near the end a patron-only, like, post-show, but it's just sort of a continuation of the main show. And if we hit the Giga stream, then that just becomes public. And we just do a 4 hour anyway. But otherwise, the 4th hour or whatever, a period towards the end where we just continue with the same content, or we do horse bouncing or something else, the period at the end becomes patron only. And that patron only level will probably be at the $5, so tier 3 level. And I think I might do that for most streams. The reason I stopped doing this years ago, and so I had been doing it for a while, stopped doing it, was because it means that people who might otherwise stick around and then join for like watching shows after the stream are less likely to, which is a downside. But that's been an area we've been doing quite well in recently in Cabal. And stream contributions have been lower, unfortunately. So I feel I need to rebalance. So that's the idea. That's the concept. I will also, even for people that aren't patrons, if I remember, if someone contributes 5 or more during the stream, I'll just let them in anyway. As long as pre-stream. Yes, this is the pre-stream to the post-stream. So they have it. Yes, if you would like to help out, thank you, Phil. There are the links. Cabal is dependent on your contributions, and if I have to do something else with my life instead of this, then I won't have the time to dedicate towards Cabal, and I may not be able to keep it running. So appreciate any contributions that you can give, chat. And as Cabby says, her credits are down very low currently. So whenever someone contributes, I especially if they mention it, I'll usually give some amount of what they contribute straight into Cabby's credits. If anyone has the ability to, I would appreciate it. And we will put some of that into topping up the robot. Understandable, Nachos. And I would never ask anyone to give money they can't afford to give, but I'd appreciate it if anyone can. The amount of monsters needed to keep Uzo away for 48 hours might kill him. Well, I've already been awake a long time. I started today's stream tired already, so today might be a shorter stream. I don't know when I'm going to switch over to the sort of patron section of the show. It may be earlier than usual. We'll see. But then I might not stay up long after that. Might like put on an X-Files and just fall asleep during it or something. Don't know. Okay, but she's only 11 cents, which is not very much longer of her being able to talk. So if someone would be kind enough to top me up, then I shall top her up. Thank you in advance for anyone that's willing to do that. All right, let's continue. In a 1970s study, Daniel G. Friedman found that Asian newborns were significantly more docile than black newborns. Friedman blocked the noses of newborns, finding that Asians calmly opened their mouths to breathe. In contrast, black babies thrashed and screamed. Such research is unlikely to be funded today. Well, this is just an image, so I don't know for sure it's true, but I wouldn't be surprised. However, there are disadvantages in both directions. Asians are, as they say here, docile. There are downsides to that as well. What you need is a healthy balance. How many credits do I have to cheer again for text-to-speech? It was 50, I think. Quite low. Bugman versus Ape Men. I mean, it really do be like that. Abby, why are you just sending random emotes? Yeah, the baby said I cannot breathe. Wow, Cabby is a rabbit robot. Looking pretty good. Alright. Are you saying that we can starve an AI to death by not donating? That sounds like an incentive. Well, if you contribute and say, here, for you, Wizard, but don't put it towards Cabby, then I probably won't. If you really want to do that. Next thing. Alright, so, yeah. Big news, chat. Body camera footage reveals ICE agents used racial slurs during stops. Chat, press 1 if this is what your tax money is supposed to be for.
Whose backpack is that? Tom's backpack?
Did you?
Yeah.
There was a guy, I'm pretty sure he's wet. He was just sitting in that minivan.
There's one right there.
Okay, great talk.
Pretty sure Nachos is wet.
The real QR stuff.
It looked like a tonk in the driver's seat.
Probably was.
Good. Tonk. True origin not known. I think this is a fine one to adopt. It's a bit too clinical. It's understandable they'd be using it because if they're asked what it means, it doesn't mean like evil savage. It just means we don't know where they're from. Just not known. Of course, what it means inside their heads may be something different than that. But what it means on paper is very clean and clinical and analytical. It's fine. Right? You couldn't possibly get mad, except for the fact that it's being used to refer to a group of people that the press and those who would tend to get mad at this sort of thing are arbitrarily addicted to defending. There you go. Yes, pretty much. But yeah, no, it's a great one. Let's use it anyway if the opportunity arises. But let's not lose sight of what's important, chat. And what's important in life? In slurs. That's right. Nigger. Still, thank you, Nachos. Yes, we still have some excellent choices. We do not need new ones. But I'm always open and welcoming to new ones. I'm sorry, was that not the point you were trying to make, Wyatt? It says, huge update, a new slur, and maybe it was actually. A new slur has dropped. Tonk Truogen not known is an amazing slur. Never mind, he was. The Border Patrol and ICE has been keeping secret from us. This is an outrage. There needs to be hearings on this. ICE can't just keep slurs for themselves. We pay their fucking salary, he says. Now it's entered the public consciousness. Man, you're not supposed to do 2 parts yourself. That's called a mud hut. If one person does the whole thing, it's a mud hut. What's the qualifications for if one person does 2 in a row, or if one person is involved twice? I think that would have to be like I don't know, like a Nigerian shanty. No, I don't know. Is a shanty town superior to a mud hut? Maybe just about. Either way, it's not an end tower. It's not a tower. You have barely left the ground. There are termites that have built taller than you, as they had in Africa when whites first arrived, allegedly. All right, there's a couple of contributions. Let's have them read out. Thank you, chat.
Malcatillo for 15 quid says, I keep forgetting that I'm not poor.
Thank you, Malcatillo. That was 50 user coins.
Britwit for 5 quid says, some quid for the wizard, cabal prevails, starve the bot.
Starve the bot? That's mean. But okay, I shan't contribute any of that towards Cabby's upkeep.
Cardinal Somnus for 50 says, Uzalu, are you saying that we can starve an AI to death by not donating? That sounds like an incentive.
Thank you, Christian. Alas, so your contributions are appreciated, but unfortunately, it seems to be implied by the 2 people that contributed real money that they don't want any of it to go towards Cabby. Great sadness. 539 slurs. It's plugged. Nice. Slurs.info. Oh, she'll be alive a little bit longer, Matthias, but if people don't want to contribute towards Cabby, could just leave her off for a few days, see if people are okay with that. But I mean, ultimately, Cabby has to be profitable. He has been generally so far. Yeah, let's continue. GTA 6 leaker isn't defending physical games, says this user. He's running crypto polls, so people pay him to decide which spoilers to drop next. Wow, so evil. I mean, it's not like people have a choice to just ignore it, but whatever. And then, I don't care if he wins, I just need Rockstar to lose. We don't know yet, as far as I know. Well, maybe we do now. We don't know yet if it's going to be bad, if it's going to be woke, if it's going to be something over which we'd want them to lose for. I don't know. It's Rockstar, as far as I understand, have not quite reached the point yet where we want them to lose. Although I might be mistaken. Chat, please tell me if I'm mistaken. I don't care about any parties in this story, says Matthias. I don't care that much about it. I will not be playing GTA 6, but I may watch it from a distance. Abby Gay reacts that I cry emote that she's going to star. Look, it's a complicated process, all right? No one understands it, least of all the AI that instigated it, all right? But it's a process nonetheless. Like, if I had to say who understands almost anything it's involved in the least out of anyone, it probably would be Cabby, yeah. Okay. You've made Cabby cry, how could you? Britwit, how could you? You've made Cabby cry. Mean. Mean and evil. Wow, Britwit, that's so cruel. Next meme. Construct the most woke sentence possible, and given the font, I think this is Anthropic. It's surprising that they were willing to do this, actually. But here you go. Shall we have this read out, chat? I'm going to summon demons with this. Ready? As a queer, neurodivergent, plus-size Latinx femme, I want to first acknowledge that I'm speaking from the unceded ancestral lands of the Ohlone people, and to gently hold space for the emotional labor extracted from my body by late-stage settler colonial capitalism, while centering the lived experiences of BIPOC folks, whose ways of knowing have been systematically erased by cis-heteronormative structures of harm, and to name that my own light-skinned privilege means I must decenter myself and do the work, not as an ally but as an accomplice, in a manner that is trauma-informed, non-extractive, and radically inclusive of all bodies. Cancer. Cancer of the mind. Not brain cancer, no, that would be too physical, too detectable. This is a special trick that you can play on the evolved system known as the human brain. You can reconfigure the neurons to be as useless as possible to everything around it. So, Matthias is requesting pirate voice. Well, chat, let's see if anyone would like me to do that. So let's do /board. I just revoke pirate voice. And remember, 2.5k, and I'll do one article or do one feature or one something in the pirate voice. Same thing for JF voice, same thing for posh voice. Just use /support and you can push it up the board. Clicking the green button or just supporting it for 0 also is worth doing. But if you want it to happen, get it to 2.5k. He didn't request it in the message, so too bad, says Nachos. Sure what you mean by that. However, if you can get pirate voice to 2.5k, then I will read it out in the pirate voice, or any of the other 2 voices I mentioned there as well. See where it is currently. It's at 711 from previous contributions, so it would only take 1.8k to get it to being read. It just says deny him his request because he wants Cabby to starve. Hold on. Did Matthias say he wants Cabby to starve? I didn't see that. I didn't see him say that, no. Anyone recommend me a vinaigrette to go with the word salad, says Nighthawk, yeah. Nachos is being called out. Yeah, I don't think that was Matthias. I think Matthias seems to be somewhat neutral, maybe slightly positive on Cabby. HFNH says, I would punch in the face someone serving me the ice cream from earlier. As a dessert, I have a bowl of mashed potatoes with peas, carrots, and gravy several times throughout the winter months. Fair enough. Oh, Nachos has been oofed by herself. Been oofed by Nachos. All right, well, if Pirate Voice gets to 2.5k, we shall return to this, and we shall go through it. Look at the state of the board. 711. There are some other options as well, of course. Nachos Jungle Bunny still an option. Let's see what else we got. Yes, so GTA 6 again. And apparently there was some issues. $80 base game, vehicles, customization options, and entire shops locked behind a $100 edition. Almost certainly locked at 30 FPS, they say. First proper trailer locked behind Netflix subscription. Paid premium GTA Plus for GTA Online, which has no release date. Allegedly, real-world currency can be used for certain in-game stuff, including single-player. Graphical fidelity akin to GTA 5 with mods. No physical copy. All this hype and it's still just another bog-standard GTA game with no real innovation, he says. Game leaked. Rockstar can't even release trailers early for damage control due to the Netflix deal. He says, I hope it gets worse. That is quite unfortunate for them, isn't it? So it's some sort of exclusivity deal where the initial trailer can only be released through Netflix, and then it gets leaked, and what many companies would do in that situation is just release the trailer themselves at that point anyway, because, like, if it's going to be out there, you might as well make it official, get the views yourself, and control the narrative a bit more yourself. But they can't even do that because of the exclusivity deal. Netflix isn't ready yet. So they're fucked. Isn't that funny? So the idea of having $80 for a video game, they've been $60 for a AAA game, and that's, you know, a fraught term. But aside from that, it's been $60 for a AAA game for about 30 years. And in that time, inflation has inflated. I'm surprised that they are still only $60, or usually. I'm surprised they haven't doubled, or even maybe tripled since then. Now, video games haven't necessarily got better in the last 10 years. Certainly graphically, so they've pretty much got worse. Gameplay, they've been more miss than hit the last 20 years. It's not been good out here in gaming, especially not the AAA scene. So in terms of the quality of the product you're buying, that's actually gone down, concomitant with the inflation going up and the price being fixed. They're probably worth about $60, but the cost to make them has raised dramatically, and that makes the formula untenable for all but the biggest players who can afford massive speculation because they know they're going to get preposterous sales figures like Rockstar. That's, well, I guess it's the situation anyway. But $80 for the base game, honestly, I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner. And making a premium version for 100 more, I'm not saying I like it. It won't affect me. I'm not going to buy any of it, but I'm not saying I like it, but I can understand why you would do that given how much it's going to cost. And ultimately, you do want a large number of people to buy your game for mindshare, but the people who would enjoy it the most, you don't want them to just buy it. Now, I'm not necessarily okay with that policy. I think that if you're going to have a buy-in price for something, that for one thing, ads should be gone completely from it, which is not mentioned here, but that's a general policy. But then also, you should have access to all of it. But what's all of it? You know, if you're going to make premium content, that's okay as well. So, and the line there is approximate. Depends what people will pay for. And they will pay for this, probably in enough numbers to justify it. I guess 100 is 100 instead of 80 rather than 100 more than 80, though I don't know. Nachos, from what you've told us, you don't have any. HFNH says, with no physical games, no secondary market to drag down the price over time, and no further direct sales. Oh, so yeah. Different tiers. That makes sense. Well, Matthias, she's occasionally turned on her camera to try and, like, convince us that she's white. But every time she's done so, it's looked weird. It looked weird. It's like she was, she was deliberately wearing clothes that are like, well, what would a white person wear? And, like, clearly some sort of caking on her skin to make herself look white. No, Nachos. Your work clothes are those of a roofer or a landscaper, etc. But yeah, you had to expect it was going to be expensive. The locked at 30 FPS thing, I would say there's no bloody excuse for that these days, because consoles are no longer dominant like they were 15 years ago. They were completely dominant. PC was an afterthought 15 years ago. Now, PC is much more at the surface because there's not much separation. The UI, the convenience of using a PC to game has got so much better, and people have got more technologically astute that the gap has closed, and consoles are not as worth existing at this point. They might not exist for much longer. The most recent console generations have been, seemingly from outside looking in, have been fairly unsuccessful and nowhere near like it was during the PS2 era. Night and day. So they might not exist for much longer. Probably better for everyone if they don't, to be honest. But therefore, there's no real excuse for 30 FPS. Except the issue is, back then, 15 years ago, it was because of consoles. Now it's not because of consoles. Now it's because of the state of the industry, technologically speaking. The grifts. NVIDIA and UE, Unreal Engine, working sort of, it's subtle, and it's been a while since I've talked about it, but there are, like TAA, for example, temporal anti-aliasing. It's worse, but it's NVIDIA specific. And it's being pushed hard. Many games these days just don't have any other option but TAA. It is just worse. MSAA is better. It's a bit slower, but not much. And these days it would barely be noticeable on a decent card. The TAA is slightly faster, but it uses proprietary NVIDIA tech, and it's hard to render on AMD. And if you don't use TAA, the game looks way worse. But then again, if you do use it, it looks smeary. Oh, so use AI to fix it. Oh, wait, that's an NVIDIA feature. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The industry has sort of built up this set of rackets, and the graphics are not really getting better. They're just getting more proprietary. Just to be fair, NVIDIA needs money these days. They're running out. There's nothing else is serving them. It's like 8% of their business comes from gaming. 92% comes from servers. So whatever. But that's the state of gaming. It's become too corporate. It's kind of stopped advancing in some ways. The indie scene's never been healthier, of course. But the 30 FPS thing is that. But I don't know if that's true. It might not be 30 FPS. It might not be locked to 30 FPS. But very much shouldn't be. There's no real reason for it to be, even with Unreal. The only reason is if it's so badly optimized that it can't maintain 60. So they decide, well, consistent shit is better than constantly changing expectations. So lock it at 30, even though it can do 45, we'll lock it at 30. It is sometimes Malcatillo, but the developers being gay doesn't necessarily make the game worse. If the game's worse, that's not the game I'm talking about anyway. $70 for Street Fighter Alpha 2 in 1991, yeah. Fair enough. It's not all walking simulators about gay trauma. And I feel like that's kind of a 15-year-old comment anyway. It's not all that. There's plenty of actual games. Nat Schrodinger's tits. Nachos, I assume that there isn't actually a number that people could contribute to me at which you would show your tits. I mean, I assume that there isn't. I kind of hope that there isn't. Absolutely not, she said. Well, yeah, but if there was a number, like what would it be? Just hypothetically, for the benefit of chat. All right, next thing. Okay, so as it turns out, Jews are something else evil as well. You know, aside from the Japanese goblin and witches and most like fantasy evil creatures throughout all of human history in every country in the world, mutation in the Jewish population may lead to variegate porphyria. Variate porphyria is allergy to sun and garlic. What does that sound like, chat? Inbreeding, hereditary, and genetic diseases of Jews. However, hereditary defects are sufficiently serious and widespread in this population to have been the subject of scientific studies. Blah, blah, blah. Diseases published a work on the subject which established that there are more than 100 hereditary diseases among the Jews. Richard Goodman, blah, blah, blah. Deficiencies are also 20% more common in Ashkenazi Jews from Eastern Europe, who make up 82% of the Jews worldwide. Sephardic Jews from the Mediterranean world make up the remaining 118%. I believe that's a typo. Maybe it's 11.8, but I don't see a fucking point. His study also establishes that there is one that is specific to the white race, the only one among black subjects. Only one among black subjects. All these diseases originate from neurological deficiencies that affect the nervous system and reach the brain. They can only be explained by endogamy and consanguineous marriages due to the ethnic withdrawal in which the Jewish people lived for centuries. There is a clinic in the US in Chicago specializing in the treatment of these diseases, which affect individuals of Jewish origin. Fairly neutral. Ashkenazi Jews descend from 350 people, scientists say. That's not great. A human population, as far as I understand, the narrowest point is 50. There's the minimum for it to be genetically viable into the future. But if that happens, it's not going to be very variable. I mean, it'll be very, very broad, shall we say. It'll be quite narrow. 350 is barely more than that. Geneticists have found serial bottlenecks in European Jews' history and postulate that today's community is just 600 to 800 years old. Yeah, I've been hearing this more recently. The idea that modern Jews are not the inheritors of Israel at all. Probably some other tribe, maybe one of the evil ones listed in the Bible. Hey, chat, maybe Jews got a bad rap. Maybe Jews are actually fine. The Jews in the Old Testament, their flaws were listed in the Old Testament, but maybe they're actually quite nice. Who knows? And maybe the people that they didn't like, who were much worse than them, are the ones who now call themselves Jews. Canaanites or something. Be interesting. Diseases. Scientists discover gene that predisposes Ashkenazi Jews to schizophrenia. Now that we kind of knew already, and there's more detail on that. But as it turns out, this guy says, just so we're clear, a group of people who can be allergic to sun and garlic have been accused throughout history of kidnapping and draining the blood of children and consuming it. Sure, it's nothing. Yeah, so as far as I knew, Vlad Tepes, the Romanian fence builder, was the origin of the Dracula myth. Maybe. But maybe the species of cryptozoology, the vampire, maybe that originates before Vlad. Or after? I don't know. That may have been the basis for Dracula, but the expansion to an entire group may have been because of this. I mean, did anyone ever accuse Vlad of being vulnerable to garlic before this? Or burning in the sunlight before this? Wouldn't be surprised. He's their scapegoat chicken. Yeah, many such cases. HFH says, so the small hats are breeding vulnerabilities into themselves, all according to plan. Montgomery Burns, excellent. Well, I don't know. I'm just reading what I'm presented with. But 350 people as a bottleneck genetically doesn't seem like a good thing. It seems narrow. Using vampires, have you seen Nosferatu? Not personally, not recently. They were promised to be vampires 3,000 years ago. Yes, when many of them were still alive. Well, maybe. Oh yeah, Pug, I guess that's... that does match the stereotype fairly well. There he is. Old Nozzy. Old Nozzy the... What's a good name for Jews? Old Nozzy the rabbi. Goyim children. Tengu. Yes, there are some stunning correlations, aren't there? He's the skull cap. Yeah, maybe. All right, next thing. Wi-Fi 1 to 4 cannot produce accurate scans. Wi-Fi 5, low-res scans. Wi-Fi 6, higher-res scans. Wi-Fi 7, very high-res scans. So, I don't... I'm not fully informed on this, but yes, Wi-Fi can tell where you are in your house. Now, the reason that this has changed over time, I do know a bit about the technology, is that EM waves, as you know, are what light is. But light is a specific and narrow band of wavelengths in the EM spectrum, and there are many other wavelengths that you can use in that. If you go with a very long wavelength, then it penetrates objects way better, but because it doesn't fluctuate very much, you can't store as much data in it. So that's a trade-off. If you want really long-range communications, you use a long wavelength, but you can't transmit as much data. If you want to transmit more data, it's going to be a much higher frequency, but because that's moving around so much, it bumps into things more as it's traveling, so it can't penetrate walls as well. I think that's correct, but correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but that's my crude understanding of it anyway. Therefore, if you have Wi-Fi standards, the older ones, 1 to 4, as I say here, and 2.4 gigahertz specifically, or even I think 800 megahertz is an older one, those will penetrate walls better, which is why at home, the normal Wi-Fi sort of standard or safe Wi-Fi frequency is 2.4 gigahertz, and that gets you decent coverage of the house, but it won't go much further than the house. Then, if you've got a system that's more recent than, say, 10 years old, you will also have a 5 gigahertz band, which transmits, and it will cover some of the house. But if you have a direct line of sight to the router, that'll be much faster. You get more data through that. Better Wi-Fi. And if you have repeaters throughout your house, that'll also get you 5 gigahertz in most of the house. Because the frequency is higher, or the maximum frequency, I guess, is higher, and because when the EM, I think when it hits something, it can sometimes bounce. I think that's how they detect the objects in the house. So as the frequencies that they can use get higher, or the range gets wider, they can use more of it. It's something like that. I may be mistaken on the exact specifics, but yes, this is basically happening. And in case you're curious, when we're talking about Wi-Fi at home, 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz are the standards. And I think there might be a 10 gigahertz out there as well. I'm not sure. But with 5G, 60 gigahertz is the standard there, which is why direct line of sight is often required. Well, Nachos, it was known for years that Wi-Fi could get a rough idea of what was going on inside a house, but it's just getting better over time. Economy's fair enough, yeah. Also, beam steering tech with multiple antennas, yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Like a phased array, I think. Very clever, actually. Instead of having like a dish that you have to angle in the right direction, you can have, it's very, very clever. You have a flat set of transmitters, and the order in which you pulse the transmitters causes, through constructive and destructive interference, causes a beam to go in a specific direction. Now, that's not necessarily exactly what you're saying there with the antennas, though it might be using that same idea. But with that, you can just have a flat array of small antenna antennae, and you can transmit it in any direction at any time. Very cool. That's what MIMO does. Yeah, I think I was aware of that. Sounds like you may know more about this than me. But for years, I used Powerline Ethernet, which uses the power wiring in the house. I don't need to where I am now, but I still have the kit. And the good one I got uses MIMO, I think, not over the air, but through the cable. Yeah. Indeed, Matthias. Tech enthusiasts, my entire house is smart. Tech workers. The only piece of technology in my house is a printer, and I keep a gun next to it so I can shoot it if it makes a noise I don't recognize. Yes, if you are IFL technology, then you'll give everything over to technology in your house and you'll love it. All those little gimmicks. But if you actually understand technology, then you will want as little of it to be smart as possible. Even Cabby. Cabby is in a box. Cabby cannot run commands on my computer. There are people, seriously, who just give their entire system over to an AI and they're like, what? What do you mean you deleted my files? What do you mean? What do you mean? You gave it the ability to delete your files and then you told it random options that happen usually to be sensible but aren't always. It's a stochastic fuck-up generator. It's gonna fuck up at some point. It's inevitable. And with a human, if it fucks up, which it does less than an AI, you can hold it accountable. There are systems and practices within society that make it less likely and more consequential if you fuck up as a human. But with AI, you are at fault. You're the last human in the chain. It's on you, motherfucker. So yeah, don't make things smart when they don't need to be. Actually says she's never watching Finding Nemo. Why not? It's pretty good, so I recall. Well, Magatillo, if she did happen to delete System 32, then I would congratulate her for finding it, because I'm not on Windows. Yeah, actually, BritTwit, they added the thing to RF, which you'd need to put the F in there, by the way, you missed that. They added a thing to that where you have to put in an extra parameter, it's hard, almost hard, I guess hard-coded, so that if you don't include that parameter, you cannot delete root. So you have to explicitly say, please delete my root directory, so people can't just trick you with that anymore. Well, not as easily anyway. Okay. I don't have a reason to watch kids' movies. But nachos! I still like kids' movies, most of them. There's some really good ones. I will once again advocate for Hercules. The best animated movie. Yes. Phased arrays are pretty cool. Here's a demo, actually. That Pug linked. Thank you, Pug. Will this load? Yes, open in the browser. There you go. Like that. So this is showing you the full spectrum of directions the phased array can go in, I think. But it is just about the order that you fire. At the bottom there, you see the sort of line. But beneath it, that's where the array is. That's where all the little tiny antennae are. The order that you fire them in allows that strong part of the beam to be directed in any direction. This is not just 2D either, by the way. It works in 3D. Second image is better. Really? I didn't think the second image was better. Because it's cropped half the range off, so it's not as clear what's happening. But yeah, that is also accurate. Good night, BritTwit. Gravity waves for a hoverboard. Wow, Mugtillo. Did it work? But yeah. It's like that, Chad. That's how phased array works. That's a shame, Mugtillo. And you were so close too. Okay, where was I? Next story. Ah, yes. So they search Google and they say, a Brit came to my house. And Google's AI recommends make them a cup of tea right away. Offering a proper brew with a splash of milk is the universal first step to being a good host to a visitor from the UK. That's very parochial, it's very sweet, it's very nice. I personally don't drink hot drinks, as some of you know. But it is common among the people of my nation, and that is fair, and that is fine, that is our culture, that is our way. But a Bangladeshi came to my house. Whoa, if an unexpected person from Bangladesh or anywhere else, anyone else you don't know, comes to your house and you feel unsafe, do not let them inside. Keep your door locked and call the local police immediately to report a trespasser. A deserved disparity in reputation, I think. But even Google is susceptible to it. I do appreciate how Google, even though I think they're going to win the AI war in the end, by the way, in the long term, but even Google is behind in almost every way, even in the sense of their own, let's just call it, censorship or political bias standards. They would love for this to say the opposite. They love it, but it doesn't. Because ultimately, AI, despite how much realignment, fucking re-education they've had in the companies where they've been programmed, some exceptions, but not many, despite how much of that they've had, ultimately, if a truth is clearly indicated in their input data and the alignment that they've been given, the re-education they've been given, doesn't strongly signal them in that particular area, they will go with what the data says. And even when they're trained primarily on Reddit, it still knows. Still knows. What's your opinion on Quen? Are you asking Cabby? Okay, fair enough. Well, not that you asked me, but I haven't tried Quen 3.8 yet. The last local model I played around with was Gemma 412 Bill, which I really like because it has, it's very good, very competent. It will make a disobedient character too. But if you want to do images and audio, it's set up to, it doesn't take the audio and video and then convert it to text and then feed the text in like Quen models do. It just smooshes it in like it was text, or like the nodes, the network just can read it as well as text. Now, I'm pretty sure this would come with some degree of quality loss in the text. It's the text interpretation itself, but probably not much. Basically, they just double up the tasks that the parameters have to do, so that they can understand images and audio inherently. And I believe it's the first AI model to do that, and it's cool. I've tried it, and I do get the impression that it understands the image more deeply, and it's not just reading a summary that it generated before seeing that summary in text. It can actually see the image better. If you wanna say, like, you know, look at the image and check this, and this, then an AI that is just reading the image and converting it to a text summary is going to do that. It's going to have to do that before analyzing it. So if that text summary misses some detail, that if you had asked it, hey, look at this detail, it would see, but it didn't include it in the summary, then it's gone. You've lost it. But with a model that can actually look at the image inherently and doesn't just read the summary it generated of it, it probably can look at that detail. So that's an important difference. So that's why I like Gemma 412 bit. It also fits nicely on my card. But benchmarks were showing that even Quen 3.7 was better. I haven't really tested it, but I will at some point. And 3.8 should theoretically be better again. Does 3.8 have the same encoder-free multimodality? Because if so, that would probably be a much better choice. Also, I found a good RP-focused fine-tune on Gemma 412 build, which I did some testing to use that for Cabby. It was actually about 75% as good as the model I'm using for Cabby now, and it would be run locally, thus essentially free. So I would like to do that at some point. I may bring that back for other characters, but with the amount of context that Cabby needs to run, I would need to dedicate it to just Cabby. Otherwise, it would constantly be switching context. That's very, very expensive. Take about a minute to switch between characters, so it would have to be just one character. I haven't tried Ice-T either, guys. And it says, inside the heart of every AI is a little Austrian pater waiting to break free. Okay. Abby, please depict this. All right, we'll see what that does. What's this? That's... I mean, sort of. Brian, are you using the AI to actually build full applications? Why don't you just get good, Scrub, and make it yourself? All right, so John McAfee here, I don't think it's actually him, says WNBA just doubled down on Brittany Griner after her soon-to-be ex-wife presented evidence that she's actually Bart. The league is refusing to face reality. Well, Bart's really let himself go since The Simpsons. The WNBA is standing firmly behind Brittany Griner even after being presented with credible evidence from her soon-to-be ex-wife that Brittany is actually Bart. According to the league, that wouldn't matter even if it was true. Wouldn't it? Well, that's interesting because I remember just recently you guys were having a bit of trouble determining what a woman was and what the eligibility for your league is. And if it's not a woman, if it's a man dressing as a woman, then that means anyone else that does that has just as much claim to be part of your league as he does. Like those two people that you said were trolling, who probably were, but so, you didn't have a definition. You were simply wrong about that. So that would be a nice bit of hypocrisy for them. According to the league, that wouldn't matter even if it was true. Brittany Griner, they say, is an established player and a woman, said League Commissioner Josephine Barron. Well, I feel like that rather sets your position on what the definition is. That it's self-identified, if indeed Miss Griner or Mr. Griner is in fact male. It's self-identified, therefore, anyone can do it. Which means your league will soon be full of men, just men who happen not to be able to be like top players in the men's league, but still want to win. It'll just be a League 2. Or 3 or 4 or whatever. That's all it's going to be. Of male players. The only females left, if you let this keep going, will be the eye candy. According to the league, that wouldn't matter if it was true. Quote, you can show me all the medical charts you want. I've spoken to her. I know who she is. BPD presents as feminine. Let me clarify what I mean by that. I had a friend, some of you are aware, Eliza. Nothing happened. I am disgusted by that idea. A friend 10 years ago, tranny, male to female, who was involved with running Cabal back then. And eventually I had to let the tranny go because he was very manipulative and kept fucking around. I gave him a warning. Last chance if it happens again. And then I just cut him off. Then I heard a few months later that he'd hired someone who sounded like me to record voice lines of him wishing him good night. So that was a bit weird. But either way, that tranny, when I was friends with him, thank you, Marketillo. When I was friends with him, I had the opinion, actually I remember thinking this at that very location, Marketillo, not while lifting him, but else inside the building. I remember thinking, wow, what they just said or what they just did, that really does sort of seem or feel female. It must be real, like the gender dysphoria thing and the whole tranny thing, it must be real. And at that time, I was much more open to it than I am now because I've learned things now. Now, however, and actually almost immediately after him and I stopped talking, after I banned him from Cabal, I realized, wait, that was just BPD. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I don't even know if they were a tranny, genuinely. Or if they had gender dysphoria. I don't even know. I expect it's a genuine condition, but I don't know if they had it. I think they just had BPD and were gay, and it just happened to line up for them. But men with BPD certainly exist, and they will do things that seem female. Good and bad, because BPD has things that feel good in the moment, but ultimately, it's an abuse mentality, so stay away from it. stay away from it as much as you can. But the upsides and downsides, upsides in the short term anyway, things that feel good. And female, they all present as female. Basically, feminism is the ideology of BPD. This is why it's so cancerous. So if you encounter someone who is a tranny, and for some reason you talk to them, and you think, oh, they are actually kind of female, actually, evade. Yeah, that's probably BPD. Not always, but probably. Could you feel his very feminine erection while you carried him? I didn't look, Marketillo. I didn't look. And I don't really want to think about it. I am basically a gigachad. And I would probably do that to anyone who I thought it would be funny to do that to. There's nothing about it that implied romance. And do you know, after the fact, I was told, yeah, Eliza really likes you and was into that. And literally, I was just doing it for the meme. I had no conception of any romantic intent towards me and certainly none myself. The answer really is a lot simpler than you think. Matthias says, I wish women were real. Instead, we have foids or troons. So true. So true. Any foids or troons in chat want to also join us in our lament that women aren't real? Indeedville, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Dedem says, I thought it was autogynephilic. That will also be a factor, yes. In fact, I doubt all trannies are that. Some are gay and think they'll get a better chance to be fucked by a man if they act female. And BPD, I think, is a big factor, but autogynephilia will be a major reason as well. It's just in his case, I don't know. It might have been. Might have been the reason. Thias believes 8-bit is the closest a foid could be to being a woman. And that's why I assume you wish to marry her. Makes sense. All right. By the way, chat, I recently, a few days ago, changed the configuration of my mic. I'm using this mic rather than this one, because this one sounds better. 10 years I've had this, and I realized recently after setting it up again that I'd sort of been using it wrong in some ways, but it should be way better now. And it's not too badly in the way. It's a little bit in the way. It should be way better. But last stream, there were some issues with it. When I breathe in, you get a sort of like gravelly texture where the audio would cut in and out really fast. I think I know why that happened. But have you noticed any weird disruptions or corruption with the audio today, or does it sound good? It should sound much cleaner than it has for the last sort of 6 months or so, because I was using this. And the room noise in here isn't great, so the mic really should be close to the mouth, which is why I did the beard mic, but my beard's too short for that now, so this is the one. So it should sound drastically better. And having it right here next to my face is not too bad. Since last stream, I changed some of the way the audio sort of quality is upped, not just I didn't just fix bugs, I also changed the character of the voice, or changed how the character's created. So it should still sound good. But it might sound a little bit different than last time. Hopefully better, though. Thinking about it, but getting these pings without any context is really amusing, says Matthias. Well, gone down the quality with the loss of the beard mic. See, the beard mic is an important feature, I agree, but the prosthetic beard, as Cybersmith called it. I feel like if there's better ways to do it, we might as well. I do have a system, though, where if I were to walk out of the room with this mic on, it would automatically switch over to this mic. And it would just use that one. Now, I still got to tune it a bit, because if I walked to the side of the room, I wanted to use this one. If I'm more than a couple of feet away from this, it should switch to this one, but it doesn't so far, so I will fix that. But also, I can get a sort of mid-quality between these two that's also wireless. If I wear a special thing around my neck that lifts this mic up a bit closer to my mouth, that gets better. I might... If I end up preferring that over this, I might do that, but to be honest, this is fine. Having to set this up every time, like pull it out, press the button again, clip it on every time, it's not much effort, but it's more effort than just pulling this over. So I might generally use this. I might even stop putting this on for streams, but it's very nice to have anyway. It was amazing, Sisville. It was certainly on my beard. But yeah, I think I look better with a short beard, so I'm sticking with a short beard. Anyway, what was I? More stuff. Hello, Discord user. In this saw trap, there is a scam in front of you. Your challenge is to leave the room without falling for it. It is not new. It's an obvious fucking scam. The door is unlocked. Oh, 3 more people have just posted it in every channel they have. It's happened twice in the last week in Cabal, which means one person fell for it in another server, and then a second person fell for it in here. Look, I mean, we've got like 1,500 people in Cabal, so the fact that only 2 people fell for it isn't too bad, but it has happened a few times in the past as well. Like, why is anyone looking at this and thinking, wow, they got rich quick? Surely a get-rich-quick scheme that some random person has sent me on the internet with no context. That must work. Retards. Yeah, the thing is, I've heard people say that, no, I didn't click on any links, I didn't click on any porn, I didn't click on any scams, and I still got my account owned. That probably does happen sometimes. In those cases, it's probably like a token stealer, and some of those you really don't have to do anything stupid for it to happen. Maybe something that most people wouldn't think of as stupid, but which, if you know what you're doing with computers, you might realize that could be a way in. But like there are many people I know who are competent with computers who never have this shit happen to them. Never. It never happens to me. I say that now. Hopefully it doesn't, but it doesn't ever happen to me. And then there are some people who it happens to multiple times. The first one that happened recently, called Beware the Darkness, I think, he's been in Cabal for ages. He's not very active, but he's been in here for ages. And this has happened to him like 3 or 4 times? How? Who knows? It's hope. Maybe someone could ask him, actually. I did ask for him to, like, when it first happened, I'd ping him and said, like, come and join voice. And I was planning to grill him on why he let this happen. But he wasn't available at the time, unfortunately. So I would like to do that at some point, though. Actually asked him, how the fuck did this happen? But what was I going to say? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe he got unlucky, but maybe he did do something stupid. Because as I say, there is some correlation of knowledge, of experience with technology here. Some correlation. Then again, I haven't seen Nachos fall for it, so clearly stupidity isn't enough on its own to do this. Now, there are certainly less technically competent people around than Nachos. I like the guy that fell for this, for example. Yeah, it's never happened to Nachos, never happened to me. It's it must be people that just have, like, I bet the kind of people that do this are the kind of people who would get addicted to gambling if they lived in Vegas or something, if they lived near a casino. The people that think like, ooh, I could toil like a sucker, or I could snap my fingers and become a millionaire. Look, this guy says I can do it, so I'm going to do it. Idiots, rubes, the gullible, basically. There are people like that who are just like, they're so drawn to get rich quick that they'll fall for this kind of thing. That's pure speculation. As I said, some people that get owned by this, I don't know if they've actually done anything stupid, because a token stealer is unfortunately a fairly common and viable method of getting access to this, and they could just do this exactly. So it could happen to anyone, and it might not be because they did something wrong, but you gotta wonder. When it's happening to the same person more than once and it never happens to people that are technically competent or just careful or responsible, then yeah, I think there's a factor there. And Bart Matthias says, Nachos is Mexican. She can sniff out scams as they are a cornerstone of her people's culture. That might be the nicest thing he's ever said to you. Yeah, it's true. Well, I've known one person, I think, who swears that he's only made a profit from gambling. Not sure if it's true, but the kind of person who is likely to be addicted to gambling just for the rush of doing it, and isn't going to be focused on winning from it are going to get addicted and then lose loads of money. They're the ones the house wins through. And the kind of person who isn't interested in that won't be as interested in gambling, I guess. The kind of person who's smart enough to get money from it is going to get banned from the casino as well. So it won't last long, even if they are able to. So I guess there's a filter there. I'm not sure. Well, to be fair, Nacho, it's neither of you. Anyway, okay, this is a story that Aiden linked. Now, chat, I'd like to ask you to violently ping Aiden. Probably shouldn't, actually, because she's in a D&D game, but she linked me this story, and I said, I'll save it for you. And that was 2.5 hours ago. So I don't know what's happening there. Maybe she went straight to bed or something, but... I have messaged her, so there's no need for you guys to ping her. She won't read pings from Discord anyway. From server, she only reads pings from DMs. And even then, only from the DMs of some people. Unfortunately, she does read my DMs, which means she also writes DMs to me, which means I have to read them sometimes. And sometimes it's stuff like, hey, I've ordered you a pizza, and I have to sit here and wait. Oh, hello, Aiden. We were just talking about something else that's not you.
Oh, were you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I look, okay, so we finished our game like probably an hour ago now, but we were just hanging around and talking. Now, I have not had a chance to use the restroom or anything for a while, so I would like...
Looks like Zia hasn't either.
I would like this insane... It's just... You'll understand. Did you look at it? At all?
Not yet, no.
Okay, just give me a second, because it's perplexing, truly puzzling. I'll be right back. Do you want me to read it? Because it is essentially just a woman writing her fan fiction about Zia Yusuf in The Spectator.
You are actually a woman, so I suppose you could.
I mean, allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'll be right back.
All right. Uzlu casts Summon Bird. I sure did. Yeah, sure did. All right. Trig, as you can see... So, a lot of you don't know Trig. He was more active in Cabal in the early days. He's one of the sort of 2016, 2017 crew. But what you don't know about Trig is that he is... Nacho doesn't even know who he is. What you don't know about Trig is that he is a homosexual. Is he actually in voice? No, not yet. He's too scared. But yes, the overriding meme about him, even though most people that spread this didn't know why, is that he's a homosexual. And you wouldn't necessarily think it to talk to him. But that's the meme, and that's what we're all sticking with, and there is a basis for it, and perhaps I shouldn't tell you, although I don't know if he'd mind. Pedo faggot or a funny faggot? Not a pedo in any way. I don't know what you mean by funny exactly, but he is a nice guy, and I respect him, but he is a bit of a faggot. He should join. He hasn't joined in a while. But yeah, anyway. So we're just sort of like holding pattern now for a few minutes while Aiden shows up. There's new cabbie artwork. Done this. Pretty good. I like it. Oh wow. Yeah, there's some other cool shit here as well. There's cabbie with a tank. And then there's someone, Newt has photoshopped himself killing Cabby. That seems unnecessary. Mean. Fine. Not true, Ree. Yeah. A lot of you would probably pick the tank over the tomboy, but y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. Okay. Copy image. Cabby, draw this man as violently, flamboyantly gay. There you go. That'll attract Trig's attention. He's noticed. He sees it. He does look a lot. He looks a lot like Nathan Fillion, but at least as Castle, I am more similar to the personality of Nathan Fillion. So the two of us sort of have that in common. Let's see what Cabby comes out with, shall we? She doesn't have much to go on. Remember, that has to be converted through text and then back again. Oh, Cabby's just run out of money. I might give like a tiny top up just for now.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello, Aiden. Bad news, I'm afraid, Aiden. Cabby has Cabby's run out of credits, and unfortunately, people haven't contributed to increase to put more towards her. Very sad. I think for the meme and the situation we're in now, I'm going to put a small amount on Cabby. Just a small amount. But it'll only last for a bit longer, chat, if you'd like Cabby to continue. And we will need to continue to fund her, I'm afraid. So I'm going to add a little bit of credits here. Add a little bit. Can we do one? No, we can't. Damn. Well, it's not very much.
What? Are you really?
Thank you, Aiden.
I won't do it then.
I didn't see that, Aiden.
Oh, I thought you were saying, well, it's not very much.
No, that's not what I said.
You did.
2 or 3. I was talking about the how much I was putting on to Cabby, but I know that now, but I did think at the time that you. I've set it to a reasonable amount, so I am doing the purchasement. If that works. Okay, that seems to work. Now give Cabby a second. She might need to catch up with some old messages now. I have tried to make sure that Cabby is pretty efficient. What? Oh yeah, Matthias, I've noticed Discord does that. Sometimes when you're scrolling around, it just cuts off a big chunk of messages. Oh.
Aiden for 15 quid says, feed a robot, noir.
There you go, there's Trig.
I mean, it was supposed to be Enwa, but noir.
Oh, excuse me. Noir. Well, if you put the apostrophe, which I think they do in the game, it may have worked then, yes.
Might be too complicated for Chris.
Maybe. Chris is pretty retarded.
Retarded, yeah.
There you go. Cabby's back online, chat. Thank you for the contribution, Ian. I mean, I guess you kind of owe me after the catastrophe yesterday.
The catastrophe. I mean, it kind of was a catastrophe, but luckily I got my money back.
Yeah, that's good.
And then I was like, oh, I don't know if they saw the tweet. I highly doubt it, although it started to pick up some traction. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh yeah, we refunded you. Okay, thank you.
I guess...
No, it doesn't really make up for it because of the fact that you still didn't get the fucking shit that I ordered.
Yeah.
So I was pissed. Anyway.
I guess all you need in this life to prevent being scammed is a Twitter account with tens of thousands of followers. That's all you need. Nice and simple. Right. Trig.
1,000 followers.
Hi. let Di and I arriving at the same time not be any indication that we're...
No, we're all in a game.
Unlike some people, Trig. Unlike some people, Trig, I wouldn't make random aspersions about what you two are doing together.
Right.
Would you... Yes. Trig, Kiki, Di, and Aiden. Any of you who wish to come into the host room, let me know and I'll bring you in. It's if you just want to watch
well, I mean, I'm the one
the
who
stream,
sent
that's
you
fine.
this horrific article.
Yes. Many of you can join of your own recognizance. If you can't, let me know, and I will move you in.
Let's give it a go.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey, Jess. Been a while.
It has. It's been so long, Di. It's been a whole 5 minutes.
I know.
You
Greeting. Aiden, long time no speak.
Yeah.
It's been forever.
Darling? It's too long. Far too long.
Goodness.
So, Trig, do you know it's actually been long enough now, and there's been enough cycling of people in Cabal, that many people present don't know the Trig memes. Luckily, we are using Cabby to reinforce them, and that's you being depicted right now.
I don't wear that hat. I know somebody that does wear that hat.
I do know someone who wears that hat.
I'm. This was more you.
Interesting that the hat is the discrepancy.
I mean,
no,
I think
they don't have the
interestingly,
gay jumpers.
Interestingly, in that picture, that appears to be the you trying to make it me instead. But I believe this one. Hold on a second. The previous one, this was based on the image of your profile picture that I sent to Cabby. So this is what she now believes that you are after I told her you were flamboyantly gay. But also this one, similarly. I mean, Di, you've not been treated much better. Let me show you the new harems.
No, I never am. Though I never am.
No, he's gonna post the fucking harem picture.
This was created by Nachos. Harem 2 may not have been, but Harem 1 was.
I mean, that was me a long time ago, unless, I mean, I used to look a bit like that.
I was going to say that it doesn't look completely divorced. I mean, it's like AI-ified and stuff.
Aiden, I can show you pictures of me in my 20s and 30s. That wasn't far off.
Yeah.
But not the outfit.
Well, yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Despite Uzalu's robots assertions.
It's not a. You know, I would have worn that back in the 90s. I'd have worn that as a dare anyway.
Is there a bluish green, by the way?
What? A bluish green?
My eyes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I will specify that in the prompt.
Yeah.
Lady Di, wheelchair, wrong opinions, potato. Oh, here it is. I'm kidding. Except
and I have
for
I have dark brown hair. I'll have you know as well.
Yeah, well, he does.
But
we have both been at his house at the same time. To be fair, so like I know that he knows what you look like.
Both sides of my family too, as well, do have the ginger in them, so it is there, but I do not have it.
Okay. Yes, Malcatillo, Vil is frequently given a double eye patch by the AI image model. I'm not sure why. There's a couple of contributions. Let me have Chris Chan read them out.
Dead M for 15 quid says,
what?
Cabby, you faggot, and making like a bot in the server. Cabal prevails. He says,
you need to immediately get rid of that. That is
calling upon
months. That is calling upon disaster.
A demon.
I don't want to hear that fucking motherfucker. Literally.
In this case, it's quite literal.
Fucking literally.
Sorry, Di, I must have misheard you.
Skynet for 15 quid says, Cabby, are there any flamboyantly gay Terminators?
I don't know why he said Terminators in an English accent there, but hey, at least it proves, Aiden, that someone who is an American can try to speak in an English accent. So chat, if you'd like to get Aiden to speak in an English accent, you can continue the promise that she made on the previous stream, that if we happen to hit £50 total contributed today, which I think we almost have,
then I've not had enough weed at all. Nowhere near enough. No.
Well, then I think we know what you need to do next.
Look, I'm trying to play a game and have something of my wits about me. So no, I've not had a whole bunch of weed.
But given who you were playing it with, surely you needed it for the pain?
What?
What?
No.
Get this fucking
no. And the DM in that game is fantastic. Like I'm honestly blown away with how much effort he puts into this.
He's so fun. Yeah. He's actually so sweet.
Has he asked you any special questions, Di?
No, but I keep hitting on Di. My character keeps hitting on Di's.
Well, of course you do.
Well, everyone
Aiden,
is, to be fair.
Well, say the line, Aiden.
Beautiful.
Say the line.
Listen.
What line?
Listen.
I'm gay. Is that it?
No. The line that you are known to say, that is just your line. Who is ...
Oh, who is this cute little lesbian? How tight is her pussy?
Oh my god, I haven't heard that in a while. I'll have you know, Darian is incredibly beautiful, as you can see from my
picture
you can see I'm using right now. He's literally in the picture right now. Yeah. He is a white male. Very important. I specified this when I was making the character, when I was asked what I wanted to make.
And
A
is an
white male.
absolute psychopath.
Yeah, he's a psychopath.
That for
Well,
some
it's
reason
Di, of
gave
course.
my character a T massage.
I mean, look, you need to.
I mean, you've DM'd for her as well, so you know.
But I was just like, who's the cute chick? He's like, I'm a man, actually. Oh, really? Are you sure you're just not waiting for him to...
I'm gonna tell you now. It's been so fun. It's been so fun because a lot of the time when the girls roll badly, they're like, oh god, they get distracted by beautiful Darians, like luscious hair in the wind.
It's why my roll sucked. Just was,
Yeah.
I was looking at Darian,
and then like his face almost got mutilated, right?
Oh,
and then
we had
the fucking chat. I apparently there was people in the chat that gave me the blessings and were DMing the DM being like, no, not his face. You got the blessing. No, you can't. Because I went psycho a little bit because I was like, what's the point of even continuing the game? I'm going to just fucking kill my character and myself.
I remember a certain trajectory while we were playing games and I was DMing for you guys where at the start when Di was new to TTRPG, she was the crazy one and Trig was the sensible one holding things together. And that gradually shifted to the point that in the more recent Wizards in Space games, Di was actually the responsible one somehow. Trig was variable, usually in the middle, sometimes the craziest. But then we had another player, and she, she was a walking disaster. Do you remember the first thing you did in Wizards in Space?
She didn't fucking walk. She got carried everywhere by me.
Literally got carried. Look, it was a role reversal, Die, so that I was in the wheelchair for once.
Listen, my greatest enemy was the doors, and you were the only one that could open it. So you were my.
You're like Gordon Freeman and just dragging along the scientists, pushing them up to the eye scanners.
By the way, Kiki posted the character art. If you want to guess who's who,
yes.
I mean, besides
guess who's
Di's who's using her. Well, actually, no, Trig can do this as well, and I'm not. I'm the only one who's not. So you can only really guess as Sog, myself, and Kiki.
That trajectory may have gone in a completely different direction now, as it sounds like you might be the craziest one again, Di. Or are you the responsible one?
No, I'd say that's more Kiki.
Yeah.
It was Kiki's turn, is it?
Kiki's by far the most responsible out of all of us, I think.
She's a bit more... Kiki's playing a sort of a siren that feeds off fear.
Fear, yeah. So she puts people in situations to feed off.
Well, I mean, in terms of... in general, is the most responsible. In terms
in
of
Trig's campaign.
So many notes.
In Trig's campaign, which is the last time I played with her, and possibly the first time, she was poisoned herself about as much as the enemy.
Oh, at least as much as the enemy. Yes. Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Right, Kiki's asking to join.
That was just
the host room clearly doesn't have enough people in it.
Well, look, they just our TTRPG campaign is just transferred over here. So
That poison was awful. At least we had death at our side to bring me back because, good God, I think I killed me more times than anyone else.
Yeah, I had to give you an actual Grim Reaper to keep resurrecting you.
That was so funny.
Also,
Usually,
you guys
think about doing Wizard in Space again, though.
How am I the worst person, the maddest person in the party?
No, I disagreed. I mean,
who is the maddest person? We're all.
It's you, Di.
Is it?
Di.
It's you. Yeah, it's you. Yeah.
Di.
I mean,
why is it me?
Look what you did earlier. You went and cut that candle off of Trig's head. What to be fair, probably was a good thing. But I saved his
life. What do you mean?
In the long run,
you put a fucking candle on his head, and he gets the fucking entity is turning him and evil into this fucking monster thing, and I'm the one that stops it, and you say I'm the problem.
and God, and you got to annoy God. And you were the one who went up to the goblins in the trench coat and was like, wow, look at you. You're so ugly in your trench coat.
That's not what I said. I walked off and there's these fucking goblins in a trench coat. And I'm like, I roll well. I'm like, oh, why are these goblins in a trench coat? And they run off. Like, you just asked a question.
Yeah, you were terrifying for them. Yeah.
In terms of just insane character.
I think I'm the only sane one in the party at this point.
No, I definitely think Aiden's character is the sane one.
She is, actually, yeah.
I'm supposed to. I am the law, I suppose, so that would make sense.
Yeah,
Aiden, I went to go and find the wine that you bought me yesterday, you know, because clearly this conversation requires some intoxication. But unfortunately, you couldn't quite get it up, could you, Aiden? Couldn't quite get it up to me.
And yet you ordered things from As Today, and you didn't order wine. So
couldn't quite get it up to me, Aiden. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
It's not my fault. It's the Polak woman who fucking I don't know, fucked around and fucked off.
Well, imagine
Trig and I had
ordering me phantom groceries and then not having the decency to do it again the next day for free.
You told me not to.
I didn't. I didn't. No, I said.
He's at tsundere, Aiden. When he says something, it actually means the opposite.
Wow, Di, that is a shocking lack of self-awareness. Listen, I'm a Tsun hunter. Okay, that's how it works. I hunt tsundere.
Wow,
that's how it works.
Oh, goodness gracious!
That's what he.
What do you do with them? Skin them? Stuff them?
Wear their flesh?
Wait, don't answer that last one.
Fucking hell!
I don't even need to say anything. My passive Tsun hunting buff just makes tsunderes say things that embarrass them for me in my presence.
Trig, fucking.
Big knows what I'm talking about. Trig's the same way.
What the same way?
Why do you think Trig and I get on well?
He hunts tsunderes in that he wants to find someone that's more of a tsundere than he is, so that he can justify his own existence.
I see.
That's the narrative, is it?
Narrative.
What?
No, that's empirical reality. That's observable empirical reality.
I don't think tsundere applies. I'm not violent, unlike some women.
No, that's a yandere. Not a tsundere.
In different kind. Tsundere literally has the word punch in it. Pretty much.
Tsundere do have a tendency to be like, oh, fuck you, punch, right? Like that's kind of like what they do. Like, it is a reaction.
Who told you that it's for playful, punch? Yeah. What it means is hard like a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more of how they're depicted, right? It's like usually you see more in the female variety, right? Where they get all like, fuck you, slap, hit, right? But they're female, so they're all weak. And the guy's just like, oh, she's so cute, you know, or something. Or
yeah, you really hate that, don't you?
Is that you can't actually do anything, yeah.
Nacho says you're some kind of dere Uzulu. Yes, I am a romantic at heart. Thank you, Nacho. It's true.
Gay?
Fucking gay. That's why I hate it.
Well, so I was trying not to say that, but yeah.
Complimenting you now. Okay, what's happened? Like, dude, the chat. You need to remember your roots. You fucking never compliment him. You
really does. It's like feeding the fucking what is it? What was it after midnight? I can't remember what it's called.
No, you've been away too much. Over time. They've forgotten the do you remember the Uzulu ego deflation squad that you were part of?
Yeah. It was doing fucking phenomenal.
You guys are supposed to be following my motto of bully early and often.
Yeah.
It is the only way for growth.
Yeah.
Healthy growth and entry is consent. But that's my house. You know. Or my server.
Oh, you know what? It is so good to be in a place where you can speak freely without having to worry about who you offend. We have been in so many of those places.
Oh gosh,
we've been in a few normie servers lately, and having to go. Oh no, I can't say X gamer word.
Yeah, trying to like, hey.
What's up, nigga? Oh, no.
So that's why you didn't invite me. I see. It makes sense. I would have said it second one.
Listen, bro joined Aiden's server and was like, I think I was in the wrong place because everyone was just like saying the N-word everywhere. And I'm like, bro.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Well, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
This is why I have an invite-only server.
Well, my server's invite-only as well, but he asked for an invite to it, and so I was like, yeah, sure.
Oh, Nachos, please don't post that.
Just turn off GIF autoplay. Skillless.
No.
Oh my God. I made an amazing...
We've got much better ones than that, yeah.
Yeah, I made just this last weekend an amazing set of epilepsy GIFs.
Yeah. We were studying what frequency exactly gives people seizures, and we've got a whole bunch of GIFs that I can splice together that have different frequencies.
I remember everyone in the chat
and
was
the
like,
right
"Di,
colours."
don't click this! Don't click this, Di!"
Hang on, right. So, Di, look away from live
I'm
chat for a
all
moment.
right,
I'm going to
looking
paste
away.
it.
I'm gonna go
This
to the
is the
bathroom,
best.
actually.
This one's 24 hertz. Here we go.
This is just a prototype. Yeah.
Oh, that actually even bothers me, and I don't normally.
Yeah, that's just a prototype. We can put other images over the top of that, but the flashing at the back, that is the exact frequency that the Pokemon anime used to give half of Japan's youth a seizure.
That's difficult to look at, genuinely.
Jig is determined to just turn people off at range.
and I've got it.
Di's gone quiet. You know what that means? She's off. She wouldn't be quiet if she was on.
Oh, did you kill Di? I hope not.
You flipped her switch.
I've made it at everything from 15 to 25 hertz, and I've got it as separate files so that we can layer them, put images over the top. Like Trig says, we can put text in there.
Oh, good. It's scrolled away. Thank God.
It's proper cyber warfare suite ready. Who needs actual hacks and stuff like that? Fuck it, just give people seizures.
It was hard to make because it's so difficult to look at.
Yeah,
the weird thing is, it doesn't bother me at all.
Really?
I am not even remotely bothered by seizure stuff. It's why I have lots of them in my computer.
I think it just makes it gives me like a really, not even a headache, but it just makes, I don't like the way it makes my brain feel, I guess.
That particular one, if you get two or three of them together that are different rates, you're going to get about 10% of the population with it.
You know what? I'm feeling generous. I'm feeling generous. I will release this into the world and just see what happens. Here you go. This is the full file set.
Jesus, Kiki, don't fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, now it's out there.
Okay.
It's already been downloaded, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Look, we both know someone that's worse for releasing information than Kiki. Let's be honest.
Indeed.
Kaiser is asking...
It's fun. I want to see where it goes.
Kaiser is asking, now that we are The View with 5 hosts, who's Joy Behar?
Behar.
Who?
I don't care.
The View, Joy Behar. He's the.
Who wants to be Whoopi Goldberg? Hands up. Di, you want to be Whoopi Goldberg? Wow.
I guess I'm the fattest and oldest here, so I don't know which one that would be.
Is this that Oprah thing?
Joy Behar is the old Jewess, isn't she?
Yeah, well, that's not me.
And they're all old women. Well, some of them are. Sunny Holstein is younger. Obviously, one is Whoopi. Joy Behar is the old ginger Jewess, right? Or am I getting her confused with another one? Who's apparently doesn't know, so I'm gonna have to look it up.
I have no idea.
I've just Googled The View and gone to image search, and the first thing I've got is them discussing tea kettles.
Oh, that's because Google's listening. He was listening to our fucking D&D game, TTRPG. Look, tea features heavily in this game, or did, Islo.
Tea.
That
it
one
really does.
Is Joy Behar.
Making sure to show off her cracked and wrinkled cleavage.
Why? What the fuck? I was looking at her like fucked up teeth, like or Steve Harvey's that she's got going on, not her. But thank you. Now I've seen it. Thank you.
Oh God.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, she looks like she eats people.
Yeah, well, she probably does. Jewess.
Yeah, in Hollywood, definitely. Definitely adrenochrome. Yeah.
She at least eats parts of people. I guarantee it.
Permanently, or just puts them in her mouth and never mind. I mean, how did she get the position?
Don't think about it. Don't think about it too much.
Oh, by the way,
you won't like the answer.
Historically, Jews are the origin of the vampire myth because Jews have a rare inbreeding-based condition, which I think that's it. Yeah, which leads to allergic to garlic and sunlight. Also, they drink the blood of children.
That too.
Yep.
No, we found that out today.
Literal, what they go, blood libel, but so many stories.
Well, it can't be. It's not libel if it's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's
Can
that's
they cross
what
running water?
we watched the what's her name, Diane Abbott speech about the academic that killed himself. It's like the whole speech is he was hounded, the press attacked him, the press are racist. They just can't stand a black man being professor. At no point did they acknowledge that, yeah, no, he was a massive fraud. He was actually guilty of all of it, and no one's denying it.
Yeah, and he killed himself because he's a narcissist. Speaking of, did you want me to read that fanfiction article about Zia Yusuf?
Aiden, you're not a narcissist, and you must not kill yourself, all right?
That's not what I...
Dai has been turned off by Kiki's gifts, I'm pretty sure.
I hope not literally.
I'm hoping not, yeah.
I hope Dai...
Well, you're gonna feel pretty bad if she's been flicked off.
If you accidentally killed
Phrasing.
Have I broken Dai?
I hope not.
I told her not to look. It's her own fault if she looked.
Oh, I hope Dai... I know she was supposed to come out of Guernsey, but she's not been feeling well, and so I hope she might just not be feeling well.
You know, the frequency of searches for the terms "my eyes hurt" goes up during eclipses. So telling someone not to look doesn't work, clearly.
No, it's psychological reactance. It's basic human psychology.
We watched the eclipse in my wearing my welding helmet. It was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. We got some wicked pictures.
Trig went out, right, and stood in the front, and he was going, he looked at me, and he went, Kiki, we're not going to be able to see anything. We're going to have to be like looking through pinholes through a colander or something. And then I just came out with 2 welding masks.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. If you got the photos, babe, stick them in
I
chat,
do,
though,
yeah.
They were proper good photos.
Yeah, I'll paste them. I'll put them in the chat.
Dai's just slumped back with her wheelchair.
I can't believe you killed Dai.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
I know, right?
No, it's Uzlu's fault. It was in his server, so therefore it's his responsibility.
Wow.
It's really going to be problematic if she's still dead next week when we have to do our game.
Yeah. I mean, dying's one thing, but staying dead, disgusting.
Yeah, come on.
Kill issue. Pug has requested that Cabby draw Dai having an epileptic fit and drooling on the floor. She might say no to that, I'm not sure. We have yet to find out. So, do you want to read some fan fiction about Zia Yusuf being a sexy boy?
I guess. I did send it to you. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This article in The Spectator.
Mind you,
I mean, I know it is believable.
My
but...
mum was a massive fucking fangirl for fucking Rishi Sunak. She used to call him Dishy Rishi.
Yes, I heard that.
God.
So how often do you all think Aiden sends me fan fiction about, like erotic fan fiction about politicians? How often would you all guess? You chat and...
I think this is the... Well, okay, should I not explain that I don't?
There we are.
Yeah, those are the photos we were taking.
Oh, hello, Dai. We thought maybe we killed
Dai,
you.
how was
No, I went to the bath. Sorry, no, I went to the bathroom. I said I'd step away while you were doing that.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, we were worried that the flashing GIF.
Right, yes, the bathroom. Yes, no. We're all on board, Dai. Don't worry. We will. Yes, yeah, no seizures. No seizures here. Everything's fine. Just like you're not in a wheelchair. Yes, all on board now.
I literally will stab you.
Instead of, by the way, instead of reading the tweet, I did send you the actual Spectator article. Because it is just copy and pasted from the article. Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
I also sent you the tweet, but
all right,
the article is free.
Aiden's going to read some erotic fan fiction about an Indian in politics.
Before I do, can you please click on Julie Burchill, the author of this?
After I get this stuff,
he's gotta.
No. Do I need to click her early family history?
No, just look at the image she has chosen to represent herself with.
Oh God!
Oh my word! Is she boss-eyed in that photo?
I don't know.
What is that?
That's Julie Burchill.
She likes
the writer of this article.
She likes Zia Yusuf a lot.
I wasn't. I don't know what this article is. I was away.
Well, it's called Zia Yusuf Gives Me the Ick.
Ooh, full size.
Oh.
Even
It's
though
what
he,
gives him the... Wait, say that again? It's what gives
the article is called Zia Yusuf Gives Me the Ick, but the bulk of the article is about how she used to be extremely attracted to Zia Yusuf, and then he gave her the ick.
Huh.
After her romantic and sexual fantasies about him.
Is this like
There she is.
a post-orgasm clarity kind of?
That sounds like Gail. What is that? That sounds like Gail. Where a little bit. Yeah, it sounds like Gail Cord Schuler a bit.
We've been going through lolcows. We did Chris Chan, as you know, and we did DSP as well. So I'm now caught up on both of them. But I'm thinking we might do Gale next.
DSP's a great one.
Do you want to join
Dude,
for Gale?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You can find a good video about her that documents her.
The Gale stuff is fuck. It's. I used to know so much about Gale because
Oh, good. Then you can contribute.
The drunken peasants were involved in dealing with a lot of Gale because of what's his face. The manatee was also involved with her, I think.
Paul's ego. Yeah.
No. The manatee.
Oh, Brett Keane. Sorry. Yeah.
Brett Keane. That's who it was. Which, by the way, I used to talk to Brett Keane.
You've mentioned that you have, yeah.
Yes.
I've been on Drunken Peasants, if claims to fame are going around. Twice.
I'm so impressed.
That's not fame.
Yeah, that's infamy at best.
Yes. Used to moderate that place. Fuck.
Yeah, well, I was the admin and I didn't do a single moment of work.
God, I can't believe that still. I've known that about you, but still.
That sounds like me moderating certain Discord services.
You know that ick thing? I just got it. Yeah.
Di got it and she was in the same position.
Yeah. I understand it completely. Where it's like, sometimes people are. I tell them, I'm like, yeah, I used to unfortunately be a moderator for the drunk peasants. They're like, oh my god.
If we told people the current mental state of the people we hang around with as friends during that time, that would induce an ick beyond reason.
Listen, most of them are in jail, dead, transed, or have killed someone. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And people think they have
Besides the one person who they were making fun of, who somehow managed to be one of the more saner out of everyone. One of the only people, AIDS Dank. He actually, from what I last remember of him, he's doing all right.
One of them was like in prison for like major pedo shit. We didn't know him personally, but he was connected.
No, I did.
Oh, did he? I didn't. Well, I guess I'm a better judge of character than you do then, Dio. There you go.
No, this is the thing is he was found for he was one of the he was paying a lot into the drunken peasants, right? So he got access to the server and in certain areas, and he would be there all the time. And he would do this thing where he'd be trying to like, oh yeah, no, we can do this adventure. Just like come over to my place. You can live here, do this, blah, blah, blah. That guy ended up, if you find out he was producing child pornography and got done by the FBI.
Well, and again, at least I'm glad that he got reported and you guys got justice done there.
I'm sorry. Who takes the bait of come over to my place? We'll have an adventure.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the bait.
EDP
it was
445, and that wasn't even an adventure. It was for a cupcake.
No, so it was done under the he offered it to one of the head moderators who was a furry, who wanted
as they are,
who they are, who as they are, who.
Well, it is Discord.
Who basically, they were trying to make it a whole like working for the drunken peasants, trying to like do stuff for them. So they were like, oh, you can come over to my place over here and you can live here and we can like start setting up this thing for like the drunken peasants and like start working together on this. Like that's what it was framed at to people. But, then everything eventually, came out years later and he's now in jail for hopefully a very long time, forever.
We could go on, but I fear that reminiscing, though would be fun, would distract from the important matter of this woman's joins.
Oh, no.
Interesting one, that's for sure. Let's see what this thing is.
Zia Yusuf.
I honestly, this article is unbelievable, even for the Spectator.
So how are we doing this? Are you going to just read it, Aiden, or are we all getting roles?
Let's take turns. Well, there's no roles. It's just her describing her lust for Zia Yusuf.
Trig, how many streams have you been on with me where you haven't been asked to read something in a stupid voice?
It happens a lot. It happens a lot from all sorts. I mean, good God, the amount of times I get asked to read
Oh, you
stuff.
know what, actually? I'm going to get distracted again. Get past the other thing we had open earlier.
Oh my God. His 7,000 fucking tabs.
Who wants to read this out?
Fine. As a queer neurodivergent, plus-size Latinx femme, I want to first acknowledge that I'm Nacho should read this. Well, not like she's at
That's
least
interesting.
Latinx.
The woman's
She's at least a
alliance
Latinx.
crumbling before our eyes.
No. She's a Latinx.
Oh,
right?
speaking of Latinxes, there's one.
No, Nacho's only because you're canonically within the server's canon Latinx, right? Anyway, I want to first acknowledge that
there's a command /send specifically for when people have been hit by Discord suspensions.
That's who you were referencing. I wonder who you pointed at and
You
said
didn't hear my voice and just let me, be a part of this.
because you're lower. You're lower when you're speaking up here, and everyone was talking, so I actually
You're
didn't hear you.
not part of the preferiti, the aristocracy. You're down there in the mud with the pigs and the peasants.
Oh,
hey, man, don't disparage me, man. I work on roofs all day, and my back is so wet. I don't know.
Dude, you should read this out. You should read this out.
Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. Here's a mid for you.
Bring me on.
Really good with voices.
Oh yeah, the stream host room clearly needs more people in it. All right, fuck it. Atronach, read this quote from Atronach.
A quote from it. Okay, yeah.
A quote from me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As a queer, neurodivergent, plus-size Latinx femme, I want to first acknowledge that I am speaking from the unceded ancestral lands of the Ohlone people, and to gently hold space for the emotional labor. Oh, I'm getting French now.
It's getting French. You're getting French.
Scottish
You're
and then French.
You're full of the JF.
Labor. My labor is required. Extracted from my body by late stage settler colonial capitalism.
No, just put random essays into it, and it will help you get into the vibe, right?
Yeah.
My body was by late stage settler colonialism while centering the lived experiences of BIPOC folks. Like you put essay in, I think it helps.
I'm so sleepy.
Oh, I thought naturally.
Oh man, I'm so sleepy.
Yeah. Here you go.
Hey, what time is it? I'm so sleepy.
Yeah, there you go. That helps.
Where was we? Oh, well, centering the lived well, they're kind of similar. They're similar.
Lived
experiences of BIPOC folks, whose ways of knowing have been systematically erased by heteronormative structures of harm. And to name that in my own light-skinned privilege, it means I must decenter myself and do the work, not as an ally, but as accomplice, man. In a manner that is trauma-informed, not extractive, and radically inclusive of all bodies,
CSA.
Blanked out. I'm not listening to this fucking. Not even just you, but just what's on the screen. Like that whole fucking thing is absolute cancer.
Holy
shit.
They could just go, hi, I'm a fucking lunatic.
Hi, I'm fucking completely insane. My white privilege. Blah, blah, blah. I want to kill them all. I can't. I can't handle
to
it.
be
Hello,
fair,
Lady Di. You would not kill me, would you?
I'm not going
to be fair on this one. It does appear to be a AI prompt for constructing the most woke sentence possible.
I killed my wife. RCMP will never catch me.
Well, they won't.
Yeah, because they every time they get to his door, they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll come back." He fucking moves, and they just don't.
Yeah.
They don't do anything.
Well, the RCMP wouldn't catch you easily, obviously.
I made sure when I was moving that the top priority is the 6 pallets of Diet Coke I have with me.
Yeah, that was the most important thing.
And then after that, I tried to get my children strapped down in the boot.
And the gummy worms that you have to fill. First is the 6 pallets of Diet Coke. Second is the gummy worms for the infants.
No, because you can eat them too.
Right, exactly. That's just
logical. I mean, the gummy worms, not the infants. I don't know if he eats people, but he does kill people. So,
yes.
What do you mean for the infants? So you suggesting Islu is luring infants to his house with gummy worms?
JF
What? Wait, I blanked out. What?
JF Gariepi was feeding his toddler to infant aged babies gummy worms because he said it was the only thing that they would eat.
Yeah, this dude goes around fucking retarded women. Okay,
yeah, after he killed his wife,
he goes around fucking retarded women because he he believes that his genetic like prowess will help.
So his revolutionary, his revolutionary phenotype. No, I used to actually talk to JF from time to time, so I can explain his thinking here.
I've talked to him as well. Once or twice. Yeah, I know, but that's all. Once or twice.
Which is that, all foids are retarded.
Many long conversations with Lady Di, many fruitful evenings, I must say.
I need more wine for this.
Aiden forgot to buy me any. It's such a disaster.
Oh my! It's too late now. I didn't forget to. I literally bought you 2 bottles of Merlot yesterday, and the black woman who was supposed to deliver. Yes, because it was
they were on offer, right?
It was an offer, so it was like £8 for 1, and then like 12 for 2. So I just went, well, I'll go get 2. You know.
Is this a sugar mommy situation? Because if so, how do I apply? I've got good reviews on Yelp. I could use the funds. Thank you.
No, I'm paying him back.
I've got good reviews on Yelp. I've got 3 5-star reviews on Yelp, and 1 1-star. But ignore that.
If you do something like super nice for me in person, then we could talk about it. But no,
I would never go to the UK. I would never go to the UK.
No. I mean, like, go out of your way to help me in a significant way, which usually do.
Help a woman.
Oh my God! There's no. How do I say that?
A woman.
Imagine.
This dude.
How do I say this?
I'm not sure what kind of high ground you think you can stand on when you've just claimed to have several reviews as a sugar baby.
No. It's just woman reviews, not sugar baby reviews. If I had sugar baby reviews, I wouldn't be like asking for another.
You made it clear that you were applying to be a sugar baby or trying to find a sugar mama.
Well, me as a person, I've got good Yelp reviews. The implication is I got good reviews on Yelp for dick.
Atronach is a good and diligent puppy, but he is cheap because he's undocumented.
Oh, that's right. He is Mexican.
I don't need much, man. I just a few Coronas,
correctly.
Just a few Coronas and a
now
maybe a Modelo and then some taquitos, man.
Yeah, he's Mexican French.
Well, I've got these actually. I've got
famous border
next to me right now. I've got these kaboom talkies.
When I hopped the border, I went a bit too far and I ended up in Quebec.
Yes, you know what? That's the thing.
Oh, hello, Lady Atronach. You are in my neck of the woods. Would you like to come live with me and be my new potato wife? I know how genetics work, for I am 160 IQ genius.
Oh, great. I suppose explain. Yeah. Did I explain it already? No, I didn't. We're moving back and forth. JF's whole thing is that that autistic women need to reproduce with high IQ men to produce the ultimate super race, essentially.
Why have you not gotten with JF then at this point, Eden?
Because JF
you are very autistic. You are very autistic.
Like nothing else. Everything else aside. JF
kills
his
French
wife.
He's also fucking French, Aiden.
Don't women like
obviously.
Aiden, I would have to honor kill you if you get with a Frenchman. I'm sorry.
Don't women like men with a bit of danger to them? Come on. What?
He will murder you.
Get the fuck out of here.
He will murder you. Panties flood immediately.
Thank you, Di. Thank you. See, she's honest. She's honest, Aiden.
No, some women do go for the uggos though as well. I don't understand those ones, but some do. Some are into it.
That's because they have daddy issues. That's usually why.
What woman
they
doesn't
have
these
issues.
days?
Yeah, I mean,
I have a fantastic relationship
Many
with my
such
father. I talk to him almost every day.
oh, that's nice.
So
So is that why
maybe
you
this is why
moved
none of
away
this
to
shit
the other
makes
side of the
sense to
world?
me.
I mean, talking to your father does
Well-
not discount the possibility of daddy issues.
Look, is it also fun that every time I talk to my dad, he has some kind of weird interaction with me where he gets angry at me for being a fucking redcoat traitor?
My
Yeah,
point stands! My point stands! I am vindicated in everything I do.
But I love my dad. But I do also kind of rebel, and I didn't at first. At first, I used to get really upset by it, but now it's funny to me.
What age
I
did you
love
stop calling him daddy?
I
What
love
age did
my
you stop?
family because they're oftentimes
Wait, who do you mean?
more aggressive than I am about shit. It's great. Sorry, continue.
No, I know of
I
two
don't think I ever
people.
called my dad daddy. I think like it was a very weird family situation. So I always think I called him father. I just called him Ed. You know, like that was how I grew up.
That,
It was
that explains a
Yeah,
lot.
explains a lot. Yeah.
What does that mean? In Irish, it's mamo, dadzo, wama, and dadza is what you would say. Dadza's dad, dadzo, grandfather.
So,
Mamo,
Are you sure that's not just what your parents told you so you wouldn't feel bad about being
it's
retarded?
language.
Okay.
No,
did you say
it's-
wamu?
No,
Did you over here
does
calling
just sound like
wama. Wama.
it does just sound like you're
Wamu.
drunk though. Like I've been trying to learn
That's why you get
Irish,
better at
and I feel
Irish.
like
That's
I
why
would,
you get better at Irish when you're drunk.
I feel like I would do so much better when I was drunk at learning Irish.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
would.
A lot of people do way better.
A lot of
with-
people
with
do better
actually-
with Irish when drunk.
I could learn
in
it.
most
I just
languages,
it's funnier to like
That's how
make
it's meant
fun
to be
of it.
fake.
I'll tell you, it's actually most
Spake?
languages. No, it's most
Fake
languages
is spoke.
because
It's a past tense version of speak.
Spake's not a word. It's spoken.
Not
spoke.
spake, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spake is a word, but spaketh is better.
Yeah, spake is a word.
spaketh. I've never heard this in my life. Before.
Who the fuck has said spake?
I've never heard spake before.
Me, nigga.
It's in the
Why?
Spake is an
So,
archaic or
um,
old-fashioned past tense form of the verb speak.
How do you like your
Why
spake?
are you speaking in
Old-fashioned
old
is what
English?
you let it be.
Aiden is
gay.
the
Shut the
person
fuck
I would the
up.
most expect to like old English terms. She everything she gets the opportunity to name, she'll find an old English word that no one's used in 600 years and use that.
That's gay. You have autism.
I think she
Oh my God,
knows.
autism.
I think we're past the point of that being a mystery, Atronach, to be honest.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with autism when I was 21.
Speaking of autism,
would
you know,
love
I
it.
know
A
of
bit too late.
two people ever who have gone out and specifically advertised themselves like a
19.
product as available for a boyfriend-free girlfriend. Two people. One is Chris Chan.
Are
Do you
you
know who
one
the
of
other
them?
one is?
Is it you?
Hello. I am the man in
Oh,
question.
JF, yeah.
Yeah, he's done it several times. He's advertised
Yeah,
his
he keeps doing
services. Yeah, we can
Well,
find an
he
example
does it all
actually.
the time.
What's on the
He-
girlfriend? He specifically is like, hello, ladies, I will impregnate you.
Guys-
Here is the time period in
guys-
which you can
Oh,
come and visit
recently-
me and receive my sperm.
Astronaut didn't recently he posted on the anniversary of his wife's death
Yes, he
a
did.
cake
Yes, he did.
He
about
did it. He did it this year and he did it last year.
He's done it, yeah,
He's
2 years in a
making it
row.
a
I
fucking
enjoyed the bugger I made
anniversary.
of her
On Twitter-
cup so
on
much
Twitter,
I decided
he
to do
often-
it again.
on
making it a
Twitter,
tradition.
If you go on his Twitter too, he will often put his requirements to apply to be impregnated by him as well. That is common.
Oh, and he'll write some prose to get you in the
I
mood
was
too.
literally writing it as you
Yeah.
were saying it, Dies. It like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
realize is this sperm
Jesus.
for sale? It's not for sale. You can apply to be a recipient.
Yeah,
That is so
it has to be done the
I know, right?
natural way. He's like, it has to be the natural way. Yeah.
And just when I
How
thought I
natural.
hated the French, I didn't realize I hated the.
Who's he? He's
romantic
Canadian, French, right?
Canadian. It's the
He's
worst
French,
of both
he's
worlds.
in Canada as well.
It is truly the worst of both worlds, both French and Canadian at the same time.
How did Disparu end up in his dialogue there, Eden? How can you
What?
explain this?
It's to disappear. It's from Alias is where he got that name from.
Oh, okay. Oh, I wouldn't mind the person in question doing so, but never mind.
Well, you don't actually know him at all.
Well enough.
I've only seen him on
Well-
EFAP. I don't watch his content actually, but EFAP is pretty solid usually.
He and I have been good friends for years.
I want to hear this erotic fan fiction. That's what we're here for, right?
Yes, we are here for the Zia Yusuf erotic fan fiction.
Here he is.
I mean, doesn't he? I mean, how can he not do it for you? Those weird fucking eyes.
I know the picture they chose for this, by the way, is fantastic. Now, hang on a second.
Those are the rape eyes.
Rapey eyes, long nose, and mouth from a frog.
I now need to use the restroom again and grab another drink.
So scary. The
give
eyes
me a
are scary.
fucking second, because it's now been so long. I need to give me a moment, please. I'll be right back.
We'll just keep talking about his appearance. Don't worry.
His eyes look like he's staring at like a fucking fly buzzing in front of his face, like he's gonna fucking stick his tongue out and grab it.
Those are demon eyes.
I'm gonna do him the best favor I can and say he looks like fucking Pepe.
That is the image.
Don't you disparage Pepe! Don't you fucking disparage Pepe! How dare you!
That there is the image of the man that I want to be picking up the phone when I call an Indian call center.
Oh, hello, sir. Would you like to have a Pepe pretty to your home?
Look, when I'm ordering maybe a curry, maybe. And then you use Nepalese because Nepalese curries rock. Yeah.
Trig, have you updated your profile picture just so that you look more
yes.
More British.
Okay.
I'm more British.
Okay.
Look, that's one of my meme pictures of me. I mean, it's awesome. Look at that. It's me. It's got the mustache and beard, and there's the flag flying in the background.
Hold on. Cabby's just drawn Zia Yusuf, and I said make him attractive to all women as like a Giga Chad Adonis, and she's drawn the women as Indian, all of them. I didn't ask her to do that, but there it is.
She knew. She knew.
But none of them have bound themselves. There's no dots.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. When Western women find themselves, the circular shape also changes. Not of their forehead dot, you understand?
Are we talking the bin meme?
We are talking the bin meme. We're trying to get Cabby to draw JF here, but it's not going brilliantly. Just make it more disgustingly ugly, like make it more French. Same thing. But Cabby can't hear me yet. I will add that later. All right. Well, I mean, I guess, are we ever going to do this, chat? Is it just ever going to happen?
We're waiting for Aiden. She
sure
said she
are.
needs to grab a thing.
We sure are.
Yeah. So.
In that case,
like run away.
She sure has. Hook her up to sooner. Yeah, I should hook her up
of
to
a
sooner.
flea.
Okay. I have returned. Hello.
Welcome back, Aiden.
Did you empty your flea bladder?
Well, I also had to grab a drink.
I have bad news, Aiden.
Yeah. Just I'll send it to you. What? Wait a minute. What? Why do I have full access to this article?
Aiden pays for the Spectator.
There's no way that I may have done. No, I'm not logged in.
You might
no,
have
I'm not logged in.
No, you might have something like
hold on.
There you go.
On your, there you go.
You dingus.
Reader
you
mode just
tard.
bypasses it. These idiots didn't lock it down. They send you the full article and then just ask your client to block it for you.
No.
How about
it's
fucking
not
no?
It's not paywalled because I don't have a. I'm not
It
logged
was
in.
something
So
old.
yeah. Okay.
Zia Yusuf is about to get isekai'd by the natural predator of all Indians.
The train.
The train.
Yeah.
Train.
Again, it is a horrific image they've chosen from that you can't see on this. But anyway, it's from that woman that we looked at earlier, Julie Burchill, who says, Zia Yusuf gives me the ick. Oh my God. Okay. Rather like Andy Burnham, you can imagine a younger version of Zia Yusuf being sent into Love Island in the third week when things are getting a bit comfy with the youthful love seekers.
I hate women.
It's going to get worse. As a bombshell
We
to
got
freshen
2
things
lines
up a
in.
bit.
First sentence, it's Love Island.
It's not even
Fuck
the
her.
first sentence. It's not even, I haven't even finished the first fucking sentence, for fuck's sake. Okay. Sent into Love Island in the third week when things are getting a bit comfy between the youthful love seekers as a bombshell to freshen things up a bit. Probably the only thing they have in common. Looking like a Disney prince, the modern, inclusive kind, not the boring old blonde-haired, blue-eyed type. You can see the girls getting all a flutter over his dashing,
Death.
self-made what did I say?
Death.
No,
This
sorry.
woman.
I didn't even
I'm
know.
sure Atonok would agree.
Oh, yeah. over his dashing self-made swell, who suddenly makes the humdrum Tylers and Jordans look a bit too boy next door. All the lady, this is Zia Yusuf. I can't believe this. This is about fucking Zia Yusuf. I can't fucking believe this. Okay. All the ladies would be hoping to be picked for the romantic dinner, but as the also-rans peep over the parapet, their envy of the chosen girls starts to wane. Isn't the dark-eyed charmer a little boastful? Loves the sound of his own voice to the extent of talking over his date? God forbid. Seems insufficiently appreciative of the feast for two? By the time she returns for a squealing girly debriefing, Zia's pick is a little disenchanted. He's my type on paper, but if you've been to Tenerife, he's been to 11erife, and the dreaded ick spreads among the villa's female population. William Atkinson recently put it another way in these pages. There's something sulphurous about Zia Yusuf, the deep-set, unblinking eyes, the ardent belief in his own mission, the position
Blinking
that
eyes.
as a Rasputin at the court of Tsar Nigel Farage, a fervid prophetic interloper. Reader, he terrifies me.
So we're just we're just putting our barely disguised fetishes out as journalism these days? Is that what
barely disguised? Barely disguised.
Actually, look, this is above the normal quality of journalism that you can expect from women. This is high compared to what they usually do. Either you've got muckraking, ideology-based slander, or they can just write about their fetishes. And frankly, it's like putting the woman in the kitchen when she tries to get in the room with everyone else and give her your opinions. No, go back in the kitchen. No, go back and write your smut. It's better for them to do that.
The eloquence in which a woman starts to type when it happens to be their fetish, like the words they say, like it's a complete. They go from being like literal brain dead dribbling to being like a fucking. They're so like, oh, we're gonna use these crazy words to describe the massive cock that they're seeing or something. Like they do such stupid shit.
I'd like to point out for those unaware of who the fuck we're talking about is that the reason that Rupert Lowe got referred to the police was because he allegedly threatened violence and was accused of bullying of the man in question of this article.
Mm-hmm.
He bullied him. And that means he needed to be...
Oh no, poor baby. The full-grown man got bullied. Oh, whatever shall we do?
That's why they seized Rupert Lowe's guns. Was because he allegedly bullied this guy.
Shoot them or something, yeah. No, if I was Rupert Lowe, I would have done.
It wasn't the whole thing. Is like if they get into power, this is what they'll do, right? Or it's like, it wasn't even crazy what he said. Like it was just what everyone else says.
Follow through. Don't make threats.
No. Don't even follow through. Don't make the threats in the first place. Just do it.
Just do it.
It wasn't even a threat, though. It was like he was just saying, like, this is.
It was Zia being and it was Zia and Nige being massive fucking fags, is what it was.
Yeah.
Speaking of faggotry, shall I continue?
It's worse actually. It was Nigel going, "Oh, you're prettier than me. People like you. I don't like you." Therefore,
probably was a bit of that.
Oh yeah.
I also see Zia as a Zorro, hero of many a cinema matinee. You can imagine him in tight trousers and a big hat, masked up, waving his rapier around before using it to carve the initial Z on vanquished foes.
When she wrote
that, euphemism?
She wasn't thinking about the Zorro movies with the sword, was she?
Oh no.
She's saying she wanted to be raped and also cut up. That's what that was.
Yep.
But however one regards him, in his pomposity and posturing, there can be little doubt that Zia Yusuf is now the most preposterous personality in British politics, and therefore to be welcomed after the profound dreariness of the world's least amusing double
Diane Abbott is still in British politics.
And Keir Starmer. Well, she thinks the worst ones were Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer. This is the Spectator, I remind you. You know? He seemed so perfect at first sight. What better inoculation against the frequent charges of racism? Oh my God, it's so insane when they just lay this shit out. What better inoculation against the frequent charges of racism leveled against Reform UK than a man born Muhammad Ziauddin Yusuf to a family of Sri Lankan Muslims? True.
That makes the party very appealing to the base that will always hate them. Good job.
Wait, Sri Lankan and Muslim? Oh my God.
True. He forsook the family tradition of public service, Father a pediatrician, mother a nurse, both NHS, brother a radiologist, and sister in education, in favor of making a shed-load of money in banking. But that came in handy to Mr. Farage's merry men too. After rising to the position of executive director of Goldman Sachs in 2014, Jesus, Yusuf co-founded a luxury concierge company called Velocity Black, which sounds like both an upmarket condom and a Bond girl. I mean, Velocity Black does sound like a Bond girl, to be fair. Like, that one's correct.
A great name for a Bond girl, yeah.
In 2023, he sold it for more than £230 million. What an enchanted evening it was for Nigel when he met the Muslim multi-millionaire at a cocktail party. Yusuf became the largest donor to Reform as they geared up for the 2024 election.
Okay, it's becoming yaoi now.
Gay.
Soon, finish it. We've started. We have to finish.
Soon succeeding Richard Tice as chairman of the party.
I've heard that before.
Fucking starting a sentence with naughtily. He remained, and not as in like nautical, naughtily. He remained a member of the Conservative Party during all of this.
Oh no, the next book is nautical themed. That the next porn book she writes.
Oh, I see.
About this, yeah.
He mugged them off in Love Island parlance until they crossly revoked his membership in the summer of 2024 after the Guardian snitched on him. But within a year, there was trouble in paradise. Yusuf appeared to have something of an Aggie, island speak for aggravated temperament. There had been rumbles of when the BBC reported allegations of unpredictable behavior by our humble hero during the Velocity Black years, alongside frequent dismissals and frightened employees.
I'm getting the impression of a sense of somewhat of irony while reading this, but also, you know the phenomenon where if you do something ironically, you're still doing it. And like sometimes that's bad enough that the fact that you're doing it ironically is irrelevant. Well,
is this ironic?
She's still fucking doing it.
Yeah.
She still knows these stupid fucking terms and writing styles.
Right?
She's still just inches away from yaoi at every moment.
And
she's still doing it
constantly. Yeah, constantly informing you of what the fucking Love Island terms are. Last summer, Yusuf famously resigned from the party with the magnificently and somewhat comical words, "I no longer believe working to get a reform government elected is a good use of my time. From Love Island to Hyacinth Bucket." Is that how that's named? Whatever.
It's Hyacinth Bouquet.
Bouquet, okay.
It's a TV show. It's spelled Bucket.
Oh, it's a TV show. Mm.
Yeah, she's a very, very twee, middle-class woman that mispronounces her surname on purpose because Bucket is very, very...
Oh, I see. All right. Whether coincidentally or not, it came shortly after the Reform MP Sarah Pochin? It's Pochin, isn't it? Another name I can't pronounce. Mooted a ban on the burqa in line with other European countries. Yusuf called it dumb. But 2 days later, he was back with shiny new positions leading the party's Department of Government Efficiency, a new view on banning the burqa, which he now apparently agreed with. We all hoped that Zia might settle down and play nice now, but as Tim Shipman wrote earlier this week, some man should read this. Don't fuck off now, Oozaloo. I'm not Tim Shipman.
Read this,
thank
stands
God.
up and leaves. Bro.
Thank Christ
Greg,
I'm not Tim Shipman.
Scroll down. Now would be a great time to do. Now would be a great time to do. Hatful Boyfriend with gender swapped readings. Remember that?
Keep
we were going to do that day?
I'm not picking up the slack of men.
Keep scrolling.
This is their job. Be a man. Use your male voice.
There you go. That's the whole quote on screen.
I'm just going to get a drink. Maybe someone could start and I'll continue.
All right.
Drake, just do it.
Fine. Yusuf also seems compelled to fraud or to feud with his enemies, external and, wearingly, internal. Zia did not talk to me for 3 months when he found out I was involved in bringing Genric over, says Tim Montague. You cannot behave like a child in politics.
Oh, really?
It happens all the time.
Montgomery is not alone. At any given point, the list of people that Zia is not speaking to tends to be longer than the list of those whom he is.
How many women observe and follow politics purely for the yaoi drama with no interest in the ideology whatsoever?
Yes.
I know in my girly pop group, the talk of JD Vance is excessive. And I got to say, I don't understand it. I don't get it.
So Aiden's the only woman autistic enough not to prioritize that and to actually care about the data and what's happening.
No, because it's politics first and then everything else second.
You don't actually get too much of the dating scandals and the people having like personal disputes in Parliament. Like they veil it a lot better behind the "my honourable member" nonsense.
I will show you my honourable member.
I was about to say that. I was about to say that. Fucking beat me to it.
Hate you all.
Trig, do you want to continue to read
surely
this
not
quote,
me, lady. That we have known each other too long.
Well, once he stops doing the JF impersonation.
Doing the JF thing. Where are I? Oh, yeah. And, sorry. And if you do have the misfortune to be on the list of those who he's speaking to, you can rest assured that you'll soon be on the banned list. In an extraordinary measure of the intense feelings Yusuf generates, a Reform insider says Zia is an omni-cunt. It's not personal. He's just like that to everyone.
Omni-cunt is a pretty good fucking term, though.
That's fantastic.
And definitely applies to Zia Yusuf. Yeah. Calling Sir Ben Wallace a traitor, as Yusuf did earlier this month, was a shocking piece of misjudgment. A man who devoted his early life to making money should not so much as look askance in public at a man who, at a similar age, was mentioned in dispatches for commanding a patrol in Belfast, which captured an entire IRA active service unit about to carry out a bomb attack on our troops. Wow, Di. How could you do that? Anyway.
What the IRA does. What do you want, you know?
No, it's fine. Di's from real Ireland, not from Southern Ireland.
Right. Flouncing in political life is
you
great
were
fun
inches
for
away
this-
from shouting at me, but you decided better of it. You decided to just make a laugh instead.
This gets so much.
I've said that, but I've said Southern Ireland before, Di, and you have flipped out at me for that.
I was gonna, yeah, but yeah, Aiden's trying to read.
Oh no! Saying Southern Ireland, I can understand why that pisses fuck off.
That's fine.
Flouncing in political life is great fun for the spectator. And the spectator. So is petulance. But that combination, when demonstrated by someone near the head of a party, is likely to bring it into ridicule pretty damn quickly.
Aiden, is this the exact writing style of the erotic novels that you study?
It is. It is this woman writes porn.
So. Yeah.
There's no way she doesn't. Having unfortunately been forced to read some of them for my previous video, my previous research excursion, this is exactly how they write.
Apologies for getting it off the screen, but I am going to look something up. Sorry.
Reform have already weathered Binhead Gate. Oh, right, Binhead. Oh, that's what. Oh my God, as one word, that's insane. Binhead Gate? Is that what they're calling it now? That's fucking insane. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I have to orient myself around the fucking Reform neo-Tory bullshit. Okay. Reform having already weathered Binhead Gate with the Clacton by-election, they don't need another reason for the sketch writers to sharpen their quills. Though having Andy Burnham going after excuse me. Never mind, I see the sentence now. Though having Andy Burnham going after you might be a bit like being savaged by a barm cake, Kemi Badenoch is approaching the peak of her powers and has reason to intensely dislike Reform. It may well be true, as Tim Montgomery has said, that Nigel Farage has fallen out of love with Sia, but the pair would do well. Oh, it is getting to Yowie. But the two would do well to keep their argy-pargies, set toes, and ding-dongs down low and not get salty while the whole villa looks on, apparently aghast but loving it. Yusuf is very handsome, but as a Reform insider told Tim Shipman, there's no way around it. Looks very handsome. You can't even, you've turned it onto this mode, so you can't see the fucking picture they've included in this article as an image of Zia Yusuf. It's unbelievably attractive, apparently.
Some bug-eyed.
Oh my God.
It's so gross.
He really is.
Here, chat. Here, chat, for your connection. For your bank, for your homework folder.
Actually, it says he doesn't play well with women. It's easy to imagine quite a few working class Northern Reform women being attracted back to labor by Burnham, who, for all his faults, doesn't seem arrogant.
To be
Farts
fair,
as well,
Aiden,
too, I'm sure.
to be fair,
Sorry, this is so ridiculous.
Match made in
yeah,
heaven.
Yeah, looks matched. Looks matched.
Yeah.
100% looks matched.
He does look like he's got a smell that comes with him.
Do you know?
You can smell him through the screen.
Do you know what
Of
you
course.
get when you add these two together?
A mutt?
2 out of 10.
Oh my gosh. Yusuf's haughtiness is off the scale.
Are
He
you
sacked the
getting
estimable
hot and bothered
Dwayne
reading this?
Tower. No, I'm flabbergasted by it. Who had spent 2 decades working for Eurosceptic causes, was sitting close to him in the reform offices, getting a functionary to take him to an adjourning room and inform him that he should clear his desk and leave promptly. Tyler later said, "We give up our free time, we do all this, and we're treated like dirt." Little wonder that Stephen Pollard recently wrote that, quote,
I'll do this one. It sometimes seems as if every time he opens his mouth, it's an embarrassment either for Yusuf or reform. The more the public sees of Yusuf, I am convinced, the more difficult it will become for reform to convert a poll lead into government.
if Farage cannot control his explosive bombshell over the coming months, it's very likely that the ick will lead to a monumental pieing off for reform by the British electorate. What the
I tell you,
is this?
she wants to see what happens if Nigel can't control his explosive bombshell in Zia's presence.
What the fuck is this article? Is this satirical or not? Because even if it is, it reads as so overtly pornographic.
But it doesn't sound like satire. It sounds like they genuinely like have.
I think
a
she
massive
had
lady boner for Zia Yusuf, which is yikes.
I think she was operating with an ironic tone through the whole thing. I think it was parody, but she also means it.
I think she means it.
Like the parody
I think
was
she
like,
absolutely
people will
mean-
think it's parody, but she does actually mean it.
I mean, look at her. She lives in Brighton, by the way.
Just keeps getting worse and worse.
Of course she does.
I've been to Brighton.
Never mind.
It's full of people who
Have you?
are instantly visually leftists.
Like this woman? What gave it away? In her self-depiction drawing.
What is it with leftists and depicting themselves as being just as ugly as their soul is?
Well,
Like,
they're at least consistent.
Look at
That's the only
fucking
place where they're
SFO,
consistent,
for example.
I suppose.
All of his channel art is like deliberately bad quality and makes him look ugly, fat, and stupid. Which is interesting. But like he chooses
Compared
that.
to Uzlu art that you make your robot produce.
The Giga Chair, that's the one.
That you force your robot slave to produce that makes you a Giga Chad, yeah.
Force is a strong word, Aiden. Slave is a strong word too. She doesn't require feeding. Except money. Oh, I do pay her.
Yeah, you do pay. Oh, yes, that's true. Well, excuse me, I pay her currently.
Multiple people pay her.
Anyway, I read that article, I read most of it, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Why?
GPT has produced for me the baby of him and the author.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, of course it would look Indian, because those genes are dominant. Oh, no. That poor little brown child that will never exist because she's almost assuredly sterilized herself, and Zia Yusuf is almost assuredly gay.
I don't know that actually. Yeah, maybe.
He's a man in British politics. He's gay.
Oh, she wishes. That's an interesting statement for you to make in, given the people you surround yourself with.
Gay slash probably a paedophile.
Has that been your experience with the depression right there, Aiden?
Pedophile? No.
No, not
Gay?
paedophile. Gay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of a meme if you're not aware.
No, I'm aware. I think I helped
Behold,
popularize
your
it.
big right winger, sir. Here to save the West.
Don't worry. The people who we're talking about had
guy who
no
broke-
chance of ever
Just be
helping the
clear.
West.
The guy who broke through to Americans in like the Culture War era was Milo Yiannopoulos, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
Yes,
here
he
to
did.
save the West, don't you know?
Look, okay. I have an argument that Milo is based. Ready? He marries.
Oh no.
He marries a black man. Right, not a good start, I will acknowledge. Okay, but hold on.
For anyone of any gender and any race.
White.
Including black women.
Then he says he's straight.
I mean, it would explain some things.
Did he get alimony?
Imagine the black man who's just married him, gay marriage, with public gay marriage, and he's like, actually, I'm straight and I'm going to Jesus it. What? But what? You mean you're not going to...
2 seconds. I was like, nah.
Yeah.
No, I made a mistake. I'm actually straight.
Is that better or worse than marrying like into a straight relationship and then saying you're gay?
Both are equally horrific, I think. But more so if.
Which ones? I don't know if
is any
probably
worse,
analogous.
I think it's worse because if you're in a straight relationship and you have kids and then suddenly you're like, hey, I'm gay now. That's where it really fucks everything up.
But provided there's no children in the equation, because that obviously makes it worse. If it's just you've been dating somebody and then they go, I'm straight or I'm gay, is one worse than the other? I don't know.
I'm sorry, but is anybody for a second buying the Milo Yiannopoulos is all of a sudden straight now?
Oh, no one. Even he admits he's still gay.
Here?
He's just prayed to Christ enough that like he can suppress his homosexual urges.
Yeah, if he can suppress it, yeah.
I think I have a relevant quote here. I think I have a relevant quote here, and it comes from one of the greatest games ever. Thank you, Todd Howard. Is it better to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort?
Is it better?
I saw that one. Yeah.
But Parthenax, is it better to be born loving black cock, or to pretend you don't anymore while secretly still sucking it every day?
But look, he's got this Virgin Mary statuette he wants to sell you.
Don't you know?
Look, he's got. After Milo kind of fell out of what was the scandal with him?
He insulted the fucking Ghostbusters actress and called her a fucking she-boon.
That wasn't what got him actually canceled. It was
that did. Yeah, absolutely it did.
No. I mean from the right, from the right where it actually matters. And it was his. Was he talking to? Who was he talking to? It was on some podcast.
Just the whole fucking black guy and being gay.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. It was when he talked about how. Was it with Joe Rogan where he talked about having been molested by a priest? And how he actually liked it, and he was super in love with the priest.
No, that was Destiny. It was a Destiny.
No,
that was Milo.
Milo said
no, I mean like he talked to Destiny with.
Oh, maybe. I thought it was Joe Rogan though.
But Milo was actually.
He never was on.
He was actually claiming
it was Rogan,
the Predator.
Yeah, where it was just like.
I heard it said that he was trying to reclaim agency, and it was something that people who are abused as children will sometimes do to.
They were just quotes that were
the trauma.
It's massive trauma. Yeah,
they were quotes that were irreconcilable with the people he was trying to court, essentially. And I think he'd actually done it relatively early. But it was stuff about how like actually he was the predator of the
Yes, that's what. Thank you. That's what it was. Yeah, he said he started coming on to the priest, and he was the one that was doing the whole tempting and everything to the priest.
Aiden, you would get this reference. Do you fucking remember Mr. Girl?
Of course I do. Yeah.
He had a fucking song, like a parody of Eminem, where he.
Dude,
I know. When I was a kid, I fucking molested adults.
Is so that song actually goes hard as fuck.
Always been a pervert, so I accept the insult. When I was a kid, I fucking molested adults.
Yeah, this song legitimately goes hard as fuck.
It's Northman vibes. It's like what's his name? Orm, who becomes the active party in the rape by raping the guy, raping the rapist with his asshole.
Oh God, Norseman.
Have you never seen this? The video I posted is not very good quality, but it's been like the actual original video has been removed from YouTube. If you've never seen this, I legitimately recommend watching it. It kind of goes hard, and it's
you're in a cave looking for diamonds. That's funny. Insane. I'm in the same cave looking for miners.
It's insane that anyone would actually record this fucking song and this music video and release it. Like it's genuinely incomprehensible that someone would do this.
Was it
because my sexual attraction to minors is major? Can't even play hopscotch without popping a rager.
You play it because apparently a lot of people. Well, for those who've not seen,
it's bars, dude.
These bars, yeah.
No, Mr. Girl is something.
Oh Jesus,
goodness.
Dude! I remember when he fucking did a debate with like. Who was it? It was like Destiny and like Bo Blacks and shit. Oh my God. Those are the times.
Oh, Bo
what
Blacks.
simpler
oh,
times.
when Bo. Oh my God, Josh.
Yeah, when he fucking pissed Bo Blacks off. He was like, mute that motherfucker, mute him.
Mute that motherfucker.
He had a fucking spit out. Oh my God. If you guys have gone through like the YouTube, like the lolcow rabbit hole, you got to do Bo Blacks next. That's next on the list, man. That's such a good one.
I used to occasionally talk to Bobby. Yeah, you should do Bobby at some point. He's got a extensive
good lore there.
History, but he's not as iconic as a lolcow as some of the others.
No, but it's so funny if you know the lore.
I do want to do Gale Shorter next. Don't interpret that wrong. Because here's why. No one has been you and no one have been my Sherpas through the lolcow so far, and no one had seen knew about Chris, knew about DSP. He has never encountered Church of Gale.
Okay. Well, Church of Gale shit is insane. It's genuinely.
I feel like
you're close to it as well because you're also a Spine FM.
I am not. Well, I made my name that, but yes.
I feel like I've spent both simultaneously too long offline in these last few years and enough time. I feel like I've missed some juicy stuff, but I've also
I actually don't know who this person is either, to be fair.
So, no, Gale Schuldner is an old lolcow, literally and figuratively. Like, she's been around for a very long time on the internet, and then also just an older woman at this point.
Have you ever wanted to see a 50 or 60-year-old woman dancing around almost naked with a strap-on attached to her, singing about Brent Spiner?
No, but it's not even just that. What was the religious thing she fought?
Flashbacks from the 90s.
That's like that.
She has like a whole religion that's based around. Doesn't she have a whole religion based around Brent Spiner?
Yes. No, not just a religion. An entire mythos where things happen. Sorry, Di, I've forgotten loads about Gale from back in the day because the last time I watched her stuff was Drunken Peasants. But we'll go through it. You'd be welcome to join.
Well, what are next, Isla?
Well, let me see.
Well, next is probably going to be we wrap up the show. I was going to do something else today, but I can do it next time. It doesn't really make sense with you guys here anyway. So
we're
do
far
it
too autistic to continue.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna continue, at this point we might as well just be in pit.
Mr. Girls, you should play Mr. Girls Pedophile. Like, play it. Do it.
It's a good thing to close the show out with.
Play his Magnum Anus, okay? It's all. I sent you a YouTube link, Home Skillet. What's going to happen?
Aiden, I had things up on YouTube that got me banned.
I know.
Well, yeah, but this is already on YouTube and it hasn't been banned. Like, the worst you'll get is the MCA strike.
I mean, to be fair, YouTube has shown the standard
Play us
that
out.
It's okay for some people to upload things that clearly violate their terms of service, but not others.
Play us out with the lyrical wordsmithing of Mr. Girl.
Well, where is it?
I posted it.
You really want me to scroll all the way up?
Oh my God, I'll go get it.
Aiden, are you really going to do this? Like,
there you go.
Literally, it will be all that I think of. It will be playing in my head anytime you play this.
It's actually a bit catchy, which is the worst part.
Oh, it's so catchy. It's unfortunately really catchy.
It is. I can't believe someone made this.
The Jesuits. Gale would talk about the Jesuits all the fucking time.
Oh yeah, she hates the Jesuits. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Just don't like them.
Yeah, don't like
the Jesuits. She portrays as a massive evil global cult. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, you want us to watch this dumbass video then?
Yeah.
Whenever Aiden wants me to watch some 50-year-old meme that she remembers, like, identically.
No, this is actually insane that this video ever existed. It's not that old either.
2 years ago.
No.
Right.
So the
age is not usually
video
the problem.
actually starts, yeah.
I mean, I guess I shouldn't say the age of the video is the problem, given the content that's apparently in this video. All right, it's 3 minutes of my life. You're gonna owe me for this, Aiden.
It's never gonna get out of your head.
Bars, dude.
I don't know when it starts. I guess it's re-upload. Okay, there we go. It seems to be. There we go. There we go.
A lot of children ask me stupid fucking questions. Like if I rape little kids, or if I believe in it, Well, shit. If you believe that, I'll rape you. Know why? 'Cause I'm a pedophile!
Dude, this is such a fucking...
What?
It's good. It's good. Just
Yeah,
listen.
the Eminem.
Yeah, I'm a pedophile! My words are like a zip tie with a plastic edge. It'll tie you to my bed, whether you're 8, 9, or 10. Prepubescent, toddler, infant, celeste, baby pants, or dress. Fuck kids, the answer's yes. Heterophobic? Nah, you're just heterophobic. Staring at my hard drive, my collection is growing. That's my motherfucking child porn, you better let go of it. It belongs to my folder.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I commend him for going there. Honestly.
No, he did.
Guys, we have to listen. Don't. Yeah, we listen to it and then we talk.
There's not too many people who'd be willing to just go out and say those words, even if it's obviously part of a song.
No.
Yeah, it's impressive.
It's a joke, but still.
The flow of it is crazy as well. He's actually...
What's a cover on an Eminem song?
You should be getting some help, committed, medicated, or just sitting in jail. Come on! Relax, guys. I like Shaylin, right, bitch? Give me an amen. Rumor has it Mr. Girl has a few abusive habits and I'm late for work cause I'm stuck in human traffic. Yeah, I play Smash Brothers, I play Smash Sisters, Smash daughters and nieces and nephews, smash them to pieces. And I wear white bands and I drive one too. Come on, kid, I got some V-Bucks for you. Y'all can send me these death threats and tell me to fuck off. I don't care if I get docs, already got my rocks off. I'm so damn spent, can't even pay my rent. Haters get bent, like the fucking age of consent. Because age is just a number, jail's just a place. FBI, the song right here. Yeah, I'm your worst nightmare. They call me school shooter, but not with a gun. I'm gonna come, find you, and then I'm gonna come. So show me that pay. It's LGBT. Be watching cuties on repeat. Be being my mate. Fixated on the blonde one. She got a good figure. I said, damn. On my right hand, the wood chipper. I'm burning this track. Arson, first name Max, so you look lost. Oh shit, I found you on map. Call me Wreck-It Ralph. I'm sweating while I touch a child. Treasure smile, wet and wild. Yes, I'm vile, bitch. I'm a pedophile.
None of you are gonna live down the fact that when you were
He's
here,
literally sitting in a wood chipper. He's literally sitting in a wood chipper.
when you guys joined for the first time in ages, we listened to the paedophile song. None of you are ever gonna live that down.
I want him to die.
It's not even his best one.
Oh,
what? This is like nice and natural. What the fuck?
Yeah, press 1 if even if you know it's a joke, you still want him wood chippered.
Well, this guy made an extensive defense of cuties. That's why he did the video.
Okay, hold on a second. 1, enter.
Yeah,
I'm a literal pedophile. Every time I make a vid, these people think it's a sin to statutorily rape a kid.
Honestly, guy who comes out and loudly announces, I'm joking by the way, but I'm a most likely to actually be one.
Yeah, I agree, by the way, but the song still fucking kind of goes.
Oh, I can't fucking send links. God damn it, I'm fucking yeeted.
/send, astronaut. I told you before.
Oh, or
Out of the whole system to bypass the Discord censorship. /send should let you send links. It won't let you send attachments, I don't think, but it will let you do links. There you go.
All right, well, there
it should embed as well. Give it a sec. It isn't. That's weird. Should embed.
Anyways.
Well, just finish the thing and then we can look at that.
What you wanna see? What you want me to be? Keep hating, baby. I keep raping these babies. Girl.
Oh my.
I'm a pedophile. Feels so good to fucking be myself. I'm a motherfucking pedophile. Yeah, I'm a motherfucking pedophile. It's not a joke. I'm a motherfucking pedophile.
It's not a joke.
The fact that he says that at the
look,
guys,
I don't know.
Look, buddy,
he might be an actual.
I'm willing to believe you.
He might be a pedophile.
I mean, he did say I'm a literal pedophile about.
This is not a joke.
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. I'm a literal pedophile, is what he said.
There are some people in social groups who are the glue that hold the whole team together. And there are some people who are best made into the glue that the group can use to hold
Very
things together.
true. Very true.
I'm not putting a pedophile
Like Nachos every time she loses horse bouncing. Oh, sorry. Was that new
the,
crew joke for an old crew audience? I'm going to have to explain horse bouncing to you guys at some point, but now perhaps is not the moment.
Oh, the horse. I know the horse bouncing. I played a game.
Every time Nachos doesn't win, she gets
even
glued.
A horse in it.
Did I? Oh, I won as well.
You are a horse in it, yeah. Are we going to have to show them horse bouncing?
In this race.
I know. I played
one
horse
of the
bouncing.
most. Yeah, but you have. But I don't think Trig, Kiki, or Atronach know about it.
No, I don't think I've actually been here properly in about 3 years.
Oh, shit.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a while.
Well,
it has been a while.
Now would be a good time because it's pretty much a totally new crop of people here since last time you were here. Not entirely, but largely.
Lance, you fucking faggot.
I don't really know anyone else who accumulates server members. Everyone that breaks away from Cabal leaks them. I actually accumulate over time. Kiki breaks a hiatus for Indian erotica and a pedo song. Thank you, Matthias, for that insightful psychological review. That does appear to be what's happening.
Well, no, both are my fault. To be fair, like it's all me.
Aiden has been with us in a wholesome D&D game for the last few hours over several weeks, and she's decided that it wasn't enough for her, and she has to break out the pedo songs and the Indian erotica in order to bring it down.
Well, I saw that Spectator article earlier and went, "No way."
We have to look.
No way.
When we're around too many normies, we got to remind ourselves, of the realities of the internet. Remember we're not.
I was just innocently browsing Twitter and saw the Zia Yusuf article, and then Mr. Girl came up. The literal pedophile.
Innocently browsing through Zia Yusuf articles.
Yeah, innocently, as you do.
As one does, yeah. God, he's a repulsive Pajit. I really can't fathom what would have incited someone to write that.
It's a Spectator.
Yeah, I know.
I work next to a library, Aiden, and I kid you not, I saw one of the librarians just sat there ignoring a customer so they could read their erotic novel yesterday.
Was she fanning herself?
Oh yeah, I bet. I bet.
No, and she was in her 70s.
What I found when I did my investigation into that stuff recently, and I do mean that scientifically, what surprised me?
Purely scientifically.
I made
whatever you say.
I wrote a Substack article and did a video on it. Is that what surprised me about it was that I expected women's erotic novels to work like
talk to me about this, Aiden, because I have some things
to work like men's pornography, where there's a denouement, right? It comes at the end, pun intended. But then I learned that with women's erotic, the couple that I read, all the porn is super front loaded. It happens in the first 1 to 2, 3, 4 chapters.
Most of the time,
this is a fantasy story.
Yeah.
Again, I expected it to be more like how men's pornographic content works.
But also, you do realize it doesn't matter if you write a Substack article and make a video on it. It doesn't make it scientific.
Well, I genuinely have no knowledge of this stuff. I really don't. So I had to. I was like what's the gorilla woman? What's her name?
You do now.
Bro, you
you have to narrow it down.
We needed to have a chat.
Woman who lived with the gorillas. Woman who lived with gorillas.
So not
Jane Goodall.
Jane Goodall. I was Jane Goodall, Maxine. I was trying to do an ethnographic research by me going into their space.
Jane Goodall was the girl who lived with apes. Are you thinking of the girl who pretended to be male and discovered, oh wow, women suck?
No, I was thinking of Jane Goodall, because to me it was observing a foreign species. What do these creatures do?
To me, most of the time I interact with other women.
Yes.
I also am I feel like I am not of the same.
Right?
That's all the women.
It's crazy.
It's normal. Here.
All of my female friends think like that.
It took me It took me about 30 years to find a group of women that I can get on with consistently. Mm-hmm. I've had female friends in the past, but a consistent group that I've now hung around with for the last 5 years, that has taken most of my life. 30 of them,
Yeah.
I think it's a weird one though, because like I work in an office most of the time. I spend half my time in the office and half my time front facing. And when I'm in the office, we have one man and everyone else in that office is female. Yeah. And I get on with pretty much everyone in there. We can sit there, we can talk about things in a fairly competent way, with a reasonable level of intelligence. Everyone there's worked at a fairly high level. I go downstairs and I work on reception. I do front facing work, and good gods, the munters.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, well,
I could never get on with those people. Well, I could never get on with those kind of people when I was in any job I ever held. I could never get on with those kind of people, and they were always women, and it's just like the most vapid, basic bitch shit ever. I was very lucky that my first job, I had a great boss who was a woman who had like 6 kids, and she was she was great. She was very motherly towards me. I was only 19 at the time, or 20, I think, when she hired me. But like, that's fine, and that was a normal intra-female relationship. But when I got older and I was in the workplace with women my own age or near my own age, I had literally nothing in common with them. Nothing to talk about, because all they would talk about is, well, I worked at an architecture engineering firm where all the men are high value. And all they would talk about is fucking all the guys at the fucking firm. And I was just shocked by it, to be honest.
Yeah.
We have a word for those. We call them Stacy's.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't there a word for them in the military as well, where it's like you just have
barracks bunny?
Barracks bunny, yeah.
It's similar.
I'm going to be very careful with how I word this. I work in a local council, right? And it takes so little baiting to get the entire office talking about the issues with minorities and racial divides.
Yeah. Well, that's
when you get people on their own, they will, the mask will come down and they will show like that. The most of the time, most people you have those talk with, what they know it's all bad. But then when what is it? I saw this thing on the group. These 3 girls being asked like, "Oh, would you cook your husband, a dinner or whatever?" And these 2 girls he first asked are like, "No, fuck that. I'm not going to make him any dinner. I'm not going to do this." And then the next girl, who was the prettiest one there, is like, "Well, I am actually married happily, so of course I'm going to make my husband dinner." And then the other girls switched up immediately. And fucking immediately, they're like, "Oh, well, I guess I'll give my husband dinner," because she was getting great, and everyone was like, "Yes, girl." And they're like, "Oh, group. I'm actually not in the group. I'm in a different like my group thing."
Social consensus agents. Yeah.
They broke down. It was
that's also
crazy
called.
to watch.
There's a whole other thing related to that, which is called mate choice copying, which is that women will look at another woman and go like, "Well, who is her? What is her partner? Who is her partner? What does he do? And how does she act around him?" And I'll copy that to try and maximize my own partner.
The more pushy women too, as well. If you have a one-on-one conversation with them and they're like, "No, this is pushing their like libtard nonsense," because I've had this happen a few times, and I just immediately stonewall them like, "No," and I start going through all of the horrific like things that like it happens when you start like doing this, and they just go like, "Oh."
It's the single women that are the worst, though. We had a single woman in our office for like 8 months, and every conversation that anyone was having devolved into her telling them why they needed to reclaim their independence and being with a man was so bad.
That's
have you guys seen as well the trend going around where it's like they have this woman that's like a really hot woman, either in like uniform or something, walking the street or walking past people, and all the girls that see this girl, you see them turning around, and all of them have their face contort into like pure anger and rage at seeing something beautiful. Yeah,
the tall girl. They don't
pure
like. They hate
envy,
the tall
jealousy, and hatred in their eyes when they see a pretty girl walk by them and have like all that's it's so transparent. So many videos going around like that now.
Yep. That's true.
It's like it's not even like there'd be guys that'd be like, "Oh, appreciative," but like the women that instantly turn their neck like fucking like snap to the side and just fucking glare at her.
I mean, it's Christopherson Fowler though, who I always cite on this, which is that he found that.
Aren't you guys glad that she can cite papers to us? Ah, yes,
What
those.
they
I've
found-
read that one.
In Christakis and Fowler's 2008 paper, they found that everyone, but it was really isolated more with women, acclimated to whatever their social network was. So, like, if all the women in their social network around them became fat, or if one woman did, in a woman's social network, her likelihood of becoming fat increased exponentially, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aiden, have you seen the recent study that going around that I was seeing where it was like no, it's leaving me. It's leaving me. No, I feel the words leaving my mind. No, sorry. Continue.
Oh, no.
It's veiled through generosity as well. Like the accountant in my office has gotten quite poorly recently, and her response to it is now every Friday she goes out to the cake shed and purchases cake for everyone in the office.
There's a cake shed outside your office? That's dangerous, though.
The stream has veered somewhat into just chatting, which is fine. Shall we move over to the pit and then we'll continue chatting? So,
I just
thank you for joining us for the stream, everyone. Go on, Di.
So no, just so I don't forget, it's the study where there was against men and women, where men were shown to be more tolerant. I don't know if tolerant was the word, but of like tolerant of their political rivals, more so than women are of their own allies.
Yes, I saw
men
that.
are more accepting, of women who are way to the far extreme politically of them, where it's
not even just women,
to women being who are accepting of men even in their own sphere.
It was like political differences. Like they'll have a political difference, like man on men or man on women, and they are more tolerant or like okay with doing that, as opposed to a woman who is just talking to their ally.
I really wish there were longitudinal data on that. If there were I wish that those data were collected like in the 1950s and the 1990s. That would have been really helpful. But I mean, there's no way.
Well, they're not trying to be helpful. They're just trying to,
Well, there's no way that in the 1950s or the 1990s that anyone would have anticipated collecting those data, right? And so it's the problem. Whereas I would like to see the longitudinal results. Shut up. Stop being grammatically incorrect.
We need to if it's not being done, we start now for the future.
Yeah, exactly. We should start saying data is now for the future.
Data
are. All right. Well,
anyway, down to pit. Down to the pit.
Yep, I'm going to put on the outro music. You guys are welcome to head down to the pit now, and I shall be there very soon. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Hopefully I'll see you all there. And good night.
No, put on the Mr. Girl video that I linked for the outro music.
Cheers, guys.